Testing. Okay. Think we're good. Let's just check it out. Testing. Okay. So, I was checking out these new AI features built into Gemini. So, you get this little tab thing up here, and let's give it a whirl. Hey, Gemini, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. Is there anything you'd like to discuss today, or any questions you have?
So, it's kind of slow. I was hoping it'd be faster. Like, that's to get this natural conversation bots to work properly, they all kind of have a lag, and then the interruptions they don't handle very well. And so, this one says something about how you can interrupt it mid sentence. Let's see if I can give it a prompt and then interrupt it. Give me the current news for the day.
Donald Trump says he has an obligation to sue the BBC over its editing of one of his speeches. And Jack Schlossberg, JFK's only grandson, is launching a Democratic
Gemini,
bid.
hold on. Not bad, actually. It interrupted. It didn't interrupt when I started laughing, and then when I said something, it quickly paused. That was must have some good interruption logic. All right, so what were we doing here? I don't think I want that open. I think I fired up the old server and got the mobile menu working yesterday. Got some messed around a bit with the layouts of these pages, added a footer. And so really the big thing is just it needs to be cleaned up. Oh, I also added the active styling, which is hard to see on these pages. If you go to this framework page, it gives it this like trifecta of the red underline on the breadcrumb, on the breadcrumbs up here, on the title here, and on the nav here. But then I was thinking, actually, I planned before that I wanted the certain pages to have different types of nav. So like on the home page, you could have this main nav. On a topic page, I think it was actually just the children of that page only. So like framework wouldn't even be here. It would just be like these three, core, EXT, and UX on the side would be probably the cleanest way to go to avoid, all this redundancy. Yeah, I mean, I was kind of thinking just having like example framework set up that has this working, just so that it's like abundantly clear that you're on the framework page and where that sits in the navigation. And so, the URL matches the breadcrumbs, which is kind of the idea here, is I'm just mimicking the breadcrumbs. So if you were, for example, full screen mode, as you move around the site, you can know exactly where you're at. Now, I don't know if I really like the underline from, like it kind of nudges the text up, and the spacing and sizing of it and whatever is, like these two are different. I was kind of messing with those and didn't really, the code is in two different spots, which it probably shouldn't be. But, I don't know. It's not bad. And the thing is, there's just so many different ways to do to like set up the, which nav items go where. Well, then I was thinking like on one of these kind of, so I call the root level pages, you could call those topic pages because they're at the top, and then the first level pages within a topic could then be, well, could then use the topic nav. So like we have the framework bit up here. Imagine if on this core framework core page, we still had core, ext, and ux, and we expanded core like this to see the subcomponents. Maybe putting like a background on that to make it look more active. Not really sure about that yet, but getting rid of the framework, well, all the root level items. So essentially, it would just be the framework's children, which would be the core, ext, and ux in this case. Those three would be at the root, and so essentially it would just be like so on the topic level page, it would essentially be the same nav for the topic level page and the subtopic, but in a relative sense, it would be a different logic, because at the topic level page, you'd want just the children. I think we could get rid of the contextual, like the global nav and itself, because it's everywhere else. And then, so on this page, you just have these three at the top of the list, and only these three. And then when you drill into one of them, then it would keep those three, so you'd kind of have the contextual like siblings next to it, which I think is just like on the home page you might have like 100 topics, and I probably need to put like a search bar there to filter through them and whatever. But and I don't know, having this be like all the root level pages, I think this is just kind of a temporary setup for now, so that when you add a page, you can see it and click on it real easily. But I think that all needs to change. All right, so the whole goal for the last few days has been to spend a lot of time thinking about and planning, the publish of my repo. Publish the repo. Now, it's not this repo. I could definitely bring a fair amount of the code over to the repo that I want to publish, but I'm still not sure exactly how I want to do that. I was also thinking about, I put a border bottom on these. I had that set up earlier where I turned off all this and put a border bottom 2 pixel solid bar primary, which is sort of, well, actually I think what I did is I did like a 4 pixel border, then margin bottom -2 pixels, to then just pull it kind of over the edge there, which I don't know if that looks right, but it actually doesn't. But it was just kind of what I was doing. Well, because the border sitting on the bottom line, it's, I don't know, almost looks like it's not, I don't know, it's not bad. And then like making that a div, so you could round kind of the corners, is I think often the style that it's just a subtle touch to make it look a little bit nicer. But it does make the layout jump, and so the border causes the text to misalign. So then I'd probably put a transparent border on the other ones or something, and I don't know, it just gets kind of, not sure if that's the right look. I mean, it is sort of like a tab thing, but I mean, didn't really think about it, but these are sort of like tabs. I wonder if some sort of tab UI, where this one looks like the active tab, could be kind of cool. But fuck it. just got to get this thing cleaned up. So the problem with cleaning it up is like I got to go through and make a whole bunch of tough decisions about which bits of code I want to try and like refactor and clean up, and that's really just kind of a bullshit game of I could spend several weeks and the amount of progress that I make is going to be very questionable but there's certainly a lot of it that needs to be cleaned up. I mean, the whole CSS system, so site level code to get the header and directory and footer and layouts and loading of the fonts and all that stuff working properly. Yeah, so but again, it probably doesn't have to be that clean. I just need to get somebody to use it. And so, well, and frankly, I could just pay somebody on Fiverr or Upwork or whatever to give it a go and to make their own site. A lot of those Upwork peeps are from other countries, and I was thinking, like, I wonder if I could internationalize posts. I mean, because it's all JavaScript based, it probably wouldn't be that hard. It's just, doesn't the browser do that automatically? It sort of does, but like, well, so the real trick with it would be, I don't know. I'm not sure how sites, they often have like separate URLs for different languages, and that would mean generating files, which could be possible, but I also gotta be careful if I let people write code for my framework, especially right now where it's got all these sockets and whatever. They could blow up my computer. Alright, so yeah, the CSS framework, theme level. I mean, maybe some sort of base theme or base themes. I don't know, like the different layouts are often maybe more core than theme, unstyled. But like the name of the wrappers is really what it comes down to. It's like pretty opinionated. Like, what do you call it, and which properties do you use? So maybe those are more like components, and the CSS for those layouts should be or could be wrapped in some sort of layout. Some sort of layout. What I really need is some sort of like debug menu of my own, where like instead of just having like, right now I have this hotkey to turn things on and off. I also have that layout class, add attribute class equals layout. No? I was only on that test page. I think I added it somewhere. So having some sort of, I was just thinking, having some sort of like hotkey to, or it should probably be mobile friendly, so maybe more like, I don't know, context menu that you can long tap on mobile. Some way to activate like a debug menu so that you can turn, like, for example, layout things on and off to see what it's doing. Could be better than I don't know if I like the non-white page background. It makes it just a little, you can tell it's kind of darker and just a touch harder to read. It's not terrible, but it just makes it kind of seem like, well, shouldn't it be white? It's not terrible. Also, I don't particularly like the scroll bar on the nav here. Again, not awful, but like, I don't really like the scroll bar here being a different color. But it's, I guess it is what it is for now. So, yeah, the framework, theme, kind of configuration, and components. Like, you should probably try and put as much into components as possible, so that then they're, you just include the file, the JavaScript file, and then it includes the proper CSS, and also configures the app to wait for it. Oh, also I need, on the loading side, I need the app. I need different events for the app. We need app.ready to be actually fully rendered, like after render. And maybe even a rendered event before it's ready, so that if anything wanted to do something after it's rendered but before it's ready. And so some of those could just clear kind of like in rapid succession, but it's more just to have a sequence of hooks for if somebody wants to do something at certain times. But definitely, like right now, the app.ready isn't actually rendered yet. Now I wait for app.ready and then render, and I hook that in first, so I just kind of thought that would happen first, but for whatever reason, the order that it fires these async callbacks is, I don't know if it's non-deterministic or just maybe I misinterpreted the order they were added. I would assume that whenever you await something, that it adds the promise in order, and then it calls them back, when it comes time to execute them. If there's like a bunch of different hooks on the same promise, then it's going to fire them in the order they were added. I just, for whatever reason, got the impression that it doesn't do that, and I'm not really going to test that out right now. So yeah, I don't know, should the framework itself be cleaned up? It's like, it's kind of a mess right now, especially. Why did it do this to all of my apps? Jesus Christ, I don't think it really matters, but like, why would it do that? Windows Update just kicks all my code out of the editor. Hopefully not all of the... That's weird. It reopened all the tabs, so maybe it saves most of its state, which is good. But a little disconcerting when every time I've ever opened that VS Code, all my folders and files reopen to the same state they were in before, and then I open it up and they're all gone. It's like, what the fuck? A Windows update should not do that shit. Should not like reset your software to some random configuration that you're not familiar with. Alright, so the framework is, it's not terrible. I don't think I'm using this, nor do I think I want to use this file. I'm not even sure what this is. I think it was supposed to be like a quick way to import the classes without... Oh no, I am creating a new app though. I don't think I want to do that. In this app main, I don't think I used that. I think that was a old thing that I never got around to. So So what's going on here? I do remember adding this to the loaders, but why did I remove it? I think there was a problem with that, but what did I figure out was the solution there? Fuck. God, that gets so complicated. Alright, so we import and then we await it. But why don't we add the loader to it? I think it had something to do, maybe it was this one here. This note, after the page is requested, we initialize the app. But we don't, we await it. No, it doesn't delay export. This is all just wrong. Right? I don't believe we await anything. Yeah, we don't await app.ready. Fuck. What was the thing? Let me see if I have some notes about load order, because I know I went back and forth on this a bunch. How do I get this sidebar to stay out? And notes and... Alright. Load order. Await page. It's the most recent one. Let me clear this and go to October 29th, because that's when... What's this? I guess that was it. God damn it. What did I say here? We await... kind of await mod in two places. Initialize page. So somehow I decided to not add the mod to the loaders. Well, the mod is the module for the page that gets imported, and the idea there was that, well, yeah, so, okay, I sort, yeah. Alright, so now we're awaiting this async initialize page. Okay, that's what it was. Alright. Maybe I just clean up all these nonsense comments here. Like this one I think is just old. So I think we could go back to just await. We could do like, yeah, this one here. Await import. Because hopefully this doesn't break everything, but seems to work. So we do we do awaiting up here. So when we create the new app, we initialize the page, which basically requests the page, but doesn't, then kind of like comes back here. And then we await, wait, we're initializing twice? What the fuck? That's stupid. Shouldn't it be appending imported pages twice? I'm not actually doing this, I don't think, but yeah, I think I can't imagine we want to call this twice. Initialize page. So let's let's get rid of this one. Alright, so first we set up the document, and then we import the page, and we await its return, which then also renders it, all before we go to initializing the app. Which I think is okay. I'm not really using that for anything. I don't even know what you'd put here, because we've already rendered the root, and the page is handling like the page content. So who knows what you'd actually put there. And that would be after rendering after the page renders, so could probably just get rid of that because it's a little confusing. And so essentially just once the page renders, then we inject it. It's pretty simple actually. It's just, so this await.ready, that's the one where we wait for all the things to load. And so this is, okay, maybe this is the problem. We're initializing the page here. We're loading the page here essentially. And then inside the page, basically whether it's in the root of the module or within the exported page, if you await app.ready, that's actually going to be called first. So I was mistaken earlier when I was saying I was executing them in a wrong order, but because it's I thought this would be added first because it's in the app here, but it actually doesn't. So, well, and I could fix that. I could like set up somewhere in like initialize root, for example. I could set up the injection where I await this dot ready and then this dot inject. I could even put this down here. In order to hook that in first before the page loads. But then I would have to, when I overwrite, the way that I have the methods overridden would have to change, and so can we just close all of these? Close, saved. What is the change here? Yeah, I think that's a good change. Close, saved. Oh, wasn't that nice? But now we have only one tab. View, layout, 2 columns. Alright, so yeah, this is pretty confusing. Now that I've just wrapped my head around it again, I think it's set up properly, but it could definitely be cleaned up so that maybe it should just be one function so that you can kind of see the entire flow, so it's not so complicated. It's sort of like setup, load, and then, and then render. But that could just be part of this. Setup, load, inject. Well, setup, load, wait for it to be ready, and then inject. So the difference between this await and then this ready, yeah, so the imported page could actually add something to the loaders. Could import a component at that point that then adds to the loaders, and then we want to await this, but we really want to await loaded. So I should probably change ready to loaded, and then but then I'd have to change it everywhere, which isn't necessarily a problem. I think I just need to get rid of some of these files that I'm like not even using. Do I want a core.js just to import and export everything? I have one here, and I have the core, but like, still, I haven't really figured out what goes where. I haven't really figured out whether tests and events and base are going to be part of the core. Kind of think only app and view need to be part of the core, and then do they even need their own directory? But I mean, I do kind of think keeping like the core just super simple, like super lightweight, and then everything else is optional, isn't a bad idea. Well, because I'm not using this, I don't think I need to or want to. Yeah, fuck this shit. Like, I think I calculated these though. Is this a good font rhythm? I was thinking 3M, 2M, and 1M is a... No, that's not right. How big is this one? 3M. It's pretty big. It needs to be smaller on mobile. I was thinking that it's too big, and that big words, even at 300 pixel, a long word is just not going to break properly or at all. Like, it'll get cut off. So the fonts need to be chunked down at that point, I think. Should the responsive font size just go from like, at 400 pixels it chunks down a bit, and then at like 350 a bit more, and then at 300 a bit more? I mean, it's not the best way to go, but like just to get everything to fit properly, it might be a decent way. But I mean, doing it on the whole thing is, I think it would be font size like, I don't know, 14 pixels. Yep. Just scales the whole whole site because it's all M's. It's kind of cool. And everything is laid out with M's, then except for the percentage padding, which is, well, if I started doing like super responsive, maybe I just need the responsive text to go lower, but like, or just have a secondary. Okay, so it starts at 1300 is when the growing starts, right? Wait, what? Oh, this is blocking it there. So this responsive kind of resizing is between 13 and like 1600-ish. But then I could have another one like somewhere around here. What would that go from? Like 16 down to something else? But then it would need to bottom out, so I need like two more, or I could clamp it. But do you really want it to go so small? Like, it's pretty small. It could though. Especially if you're using generally kind of big fonts. Let's see. Maybe I don't deal with that right now. I mean, there's a lot of these little things that, like, what could be, what should be, I don't know. So that's kind of weird, but whatever. Would I strip the, all right, fuck this file. Should I strip the, this is the same fucking thing. I don't know, why did I move it here? So now I'm creating a new app. I don't think. So what I was trying to do is like in a lot of these files, like a lot of these pages, for example. Yeah, I have to import some sort of app to like load CSS, for example. And that app would naturally be like either this app or this app for the framework stuff, because the other one might not be there, or I don't know, might not. I mean, loading the root app I don't think is the right way to go. Having a separate directory for the framework, I don't think I really need to do that. Well, I was also thinking about redoing the directory, so that the directory code is a mess. There's like 8 different versions, but I was thinking about a way to be able to do the directory manually, so you essentially could specify which files you have. But more like you just be doing the nav manually. Shouldn't I be able to create these nav things with code rather than with like manually with code, like using functions to create a nav menu system rather than rely on the directory system, because the directory thing is a bit well, it's not available on not available without Node set up. Got a fair amount of code in here, like the side nav stuff that I don't think should be in here. The logo stuff, I don't know why that's in here. I think I was just hacking it. Well, so maybe it's because I wanted the logo to be on the framework pages. I mean, it's not a terrible thing, but like maybe I need like a theme for the framework. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, some of these basic styles, I don't think, like this is just garbage now. I think I overwrote some of this. But you know, I put the font Montserrat and icons. I mean, it's not terrible to have like just these little URLs here. It's not, these don't automatically load. No, this does automatically load. Does it need to be changed for it to work on a CDN? Yeah, I think it would. Well, doesn't that work? Don't I have the import meta thing working? Let me do a quick find in folder. Import.meta. I did this a bunch of times. Something about style sheets though. Here, page.js. So in a page.js, a relative import like this should probably just work without the import meta. But I do think I can just pass it in this one, import.meta. I think it's just like this, and then I don't think I need any of this. I think it'll just resolve it relative to, ooh, okay, but then it's, fuck. that's relative to this app file, and then this would be the core folder, and then let's see if that works. Seems to work. So I think that would work on a CDN now. So what was the problem with importing did I try and import in one of my tests? I was trying to import from one of the CDNs and it was throwing issues, and I don't really remember what it was, but I had to basically not import the app and then import the See, I don't think this should be a problem, although we don't want to do this anymore, I don't think. All right, let me make a big breaking change to the app while it's in my head. Let's call I kind of think ready is just going to be, so if I instead do change this to loaded, whoops, let's leave that there for a second, and then basically we don't await this dot ready, we wait this dot loaded, and then but I mean, we could just use the same condition. That's a little bit too much work. I mean, I'm trying to think of a way to, in here, it's sort of like, I think we can just do that then, whoops, pass in a function here, this dot ready. So, promise doesn't have, where was my old promise resolve thing? Don't I have that in one of the, maybe in the directory? Core ext directory. I think I have a promise in here, don't I? This dot resolve. This dot resolve. Did I already pass it? Oh my god, where is it? Load fetch. No, where's this dot resolve? Am I going crazy here? This dot resolve this. What the fuck? Extends base. Where is resolve come from? Oh, here. Alright. So we add the promises resolver to the directory itself, which isn't a problem, except for the fact that it's hidden method, but I think we need a new promise in I don't know, man, like I was thinking I could put it in the loaded getter, so when this one calls then we set it up, but it sort of needs to be there whether we access this promise or not. So we kind of need to initialize it, but I guess we could just go up here. This dot So I could potentially then just pass this resolve back to the ready. It's just it's the way it probably should be. I don't know why they don't put it on there. It'd be so much easier to just create a new promise and then just be able to resolve it by calling .resolve. Maybe I should add that as a utility method. I probably should put all the utilities on the app class or something just so they're... I don't know. Let's see. Well, how would that work? I would need to... Well, I could set it there and then here say the start ready.resolve equals this .resolve. Do you have to bind it though? I don't think so. I think you just call it. But resolver, kind of like just keeping the properties clean. Resolver equals resolve, and then this .ready.resolve equals resolver. That's kind of the pattern I was thinking. So then in here, this .ready.resolve. Okay, so then this doesn't need to be here. And so now app.ready should work. And this should wait for this .loaded. Then we inject, and then... But should we inject first and then resolve it? Maybe. Where's the inject? Well, now I've overridden inject, so if I... So maybe now down here we do this .resolve. Maybe initialize could also go after injection. Could have a rendered event or empty callback or whatever, just to have something like post render. Then you could do initialize. Initialize is kind of the last step before we're ready, and then you know if initialize is doing a bunch of just kind of like initial bullshit. Once it's rendered, then once it's ready. After all that, like, because if you put a bunch of plugins in here and you need to do something after one of them's ready, then you're not going to be able to. But I don't know. So this .initialize wouldn't have render in there. Let me just leave this empty. I don't know the order of these, but I kind of am leaning towards initialize being kind of like a last step. Well, having, I mean, I guess as long as it should be rendered after this page bit here because it's not injected yet. So that's confusing. Forget this rendered bit because does rendered mean after it's in the DOM and visible? See, I don't know if you render it off screen and you haven't injected it yet. I don't know if it calculates all the. I think it's just calculating the like tree, abstract syntax tree, the DOM tree essentially, without calculating any layout. I think it doesn't even try and smush it into the window and calculate all the sizes until you inject it. So I'm just going to remove initialize. I don't know. I don't know. Do you want to initialize before it injects or after? Yeah, I think we're going to get rid of this because it's just confusing. I think we're going to not extend base, as I've said a bunch of times. Constructor. So we're going to need this assign method. I mean, we don't really need it. I could literally just call this. The only time I've ever used assign is in the constructor. So I think maybe that's just an easier way to do it. And then I mean, it could be just something like this. Problem is that for example, my app down here, I override it like this, but I could change that to just initialize. This is gonna break. There's no way this works. Oh, there we go. It worked. Okay, just had to save that one. If you put a real function here, can you assign it to itself? Let me see. Let's change this to a real function. How come that never fires? What the fuck? Oh, it's because I overrode it down here. Okay. God, now I gotta make a whole method for it. I don't even really need it, do I? But like, there was a case where I wanted to await app.ready and it hadn't rendered yet. And that was kind of weird. So, alright, what I want to do here, let me just copy this into this one real quick, just to get it to actually run. And then see what this is. This is undefined. You motherfuckers. How is that undefined? Well, that takes care of that question real quick. But I still need it, so I guess we'll just move it down to this dot, or whoops, initialize ready. Get rid of that. All right, let me go view two columns over here. Let's get this app over here. Initialize. We just need somewhere instead of initialize. Alright. It works again. It's a little confusing. Kind of wish this read better, where it was just like load, like setup, load, inject. But yeah, I mean, the whole root thing, I don't know. Maybe root should always be the root element, a single root element that gets injected, so that then I don't have to swap it over with this bit. That would make sense, wouldn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously this whole wrapper thing and this nav state bit kind of crazy. Um, yeah, definitely kind of confusing, some of these things. I mean, I've just kind of hacked some solutions into place without really thinking about it because, it's just faster and whatever. Let's just get rid of this one. I mean, I think creating a reusable function for both header and footer logo bar wouldn't be a bad idea. But is that the bar that goes all the way across? Because then it needs to be different for each one. Not sure what to work on. A lot of stuff to clean up, but a lot of it's just kind of like, I don't know. Yeah, moving some of these things to like a UX could be a decent way to go. Kind of compartmentalize as much as I can so that it's a little bit more like load what you need. Managing all the imports though, like if you start breaking shit up into a million pieces and then you have to import each little thing separately, that's just a nightmare. You spend all day adding imports and then, if you start removing them and then adding them back, and it's just like, fortunately you can't do a wildcard import to just dump a bunch of variables into the page, like all the variables from a certain folder, which I feel like you should be able to do. It's really not that big a deal, because that's essentially what I do when I copy and paste these little snippets. Just get all the elements into the page. But, alright, so yeah, what are all these bits doing? page exports. I still don't have a page class, and I kept thinking I probably should, but maybe I'll hold off on that for a minute. I mean, so the directory thing works well enough that I think I could get Upwork developers to clone my repo and to create something. And now, if I don't tell them exactly what to create, it's going to be hard for them to do it, but I mean, maybe working on their own kind of like resume site would be the best thing for them to do, because it would give them something to work on that allows them to get familiar with the framework and build something that that's actually valuable to them. And so then I might be able to get them to work more than they would otherwise and work better than they would otherwise if they have some skin in the game. And I'm not sure exactly how that would all come together, but so the other thing I was just thinking is that I still haven't really figured out a great way to develop in an organized fashion. It's like the only way my mind allows me to like make progress is if it's disorganized. It's like a crazy monkey brain type thing. And I think it does have something to do with the spiritual fuckery, where it's like, if I think about exactly how everything should work perfectly, like I'll never get anything done. I just gotta start flowing, and that means I gotta just start running with shit. This is such a mess. Such a fucking mess. The framework app. The idea here was that this app could be used without any other app. Very basic setup. So like, my actual app right now is essentially just loading some fonts, which aren't really necessary. Although, I don't know, if I just remove this style sheet bit from maybe that needs to be. That would probably need to be. How would that work on? Okay, so yeah, the way the URLs work for style sheets are different. This is, if you append this on like a CodePen site, it's not going to work. I think this is part of the problem, is that certain URLs, if I wanted to load this whole thing from a CDN, then this probably would have to be an import meta and then a relative path from this file, which is in the root, so I guess it would just be like, let's see if this works. Well, so if I comment this out, it should break. Yep. And then import meta, and then I think it's just this one. Boom. Resolves the path properly, and then that should work no matter where that file is hosted. It'll do a relative path to that CSS file. But then what I was thinking is, like, I could just include these in the framework just as like base fonts, although you might not want to, but as a default you could, just to streamline, or maybe it's in the app to like load specific things. And then, yeah, I mean, having a single function to, well, really, like if it was initialized, if the override point for creating a new app were just adding like the most minimal 3 lines you could, and all the other shit was, but I mean, in this one, the socket and the directory and this thing, it's all part of the app. It's all to get it to work properly. All right, let me think for a second about the wrapping, like the shell. This is sort of like the Chrome or the shell, the header and all the extra kind of nonsense. I could turn that into like a component, a class basically, that I just create a new thing and it does all its own stuff, so it's like a separate file, which would probably make sense. The way this is set up right now with just lots of referencing and it's kind of confusing. Like, what is this one? What is this one? What are all these handles and whatever? Getting the handles to the different elements is kind of one of the more confusing parts of my framework, but there's not really a good way around it besides making all the references. I should probably just call this dx so that it's a little bit more. Does that break anything? No. So it's a little bit more. But yeah, I mean, it's not entirely clear. Like putting this HTML stuff inside, like these logical, just chunking it all together. It's kind of hard to find then, like what's doing what. However, I don't know, creating like a HTML template file and loading that, and then trying to like grab the handles to everything, and I think this is the way of my framework. Kind of thinking maybe root should just be this root, and then this, what I have root now, should just be like BG. Maybe even ID equals BG, the background for the app. But then you would, I mean, the BG could then turn into less of a BG and more of a, well, and I have a root wrap, so maybe the root wrap is the BG, and then the root here, the inner one could just be page. Or layout. Or body. ID equals body. That's actually not a bad way to go. And then the body could be slim or fat. Could be, so the root wrap becomes the BG. Let's write this down. Root wrap. It's going to be the BG. Maybe even ID BG. There's only going to be one of them for this app. Well, I thought about trying to get this thing compatible to go split screen so that instead of using IDs, we could have, for example, two different apps. Maybe the root element is actually class equals app. It's not the worst way to go. I mean, I feel like the app should the app be a view or have a view? Should probably have a view. All right, so maybe we go with classes instead of IDs, even though I kind of like the ID thing. But all right, so we have app, then we'd have header, main, and optionally a footer, but probably not. And then inside main is or should that be header, body, and footer? This thing in the body could be the root wrap, or is that the BG? Root wrap was going to be EG, and then root was going to be body. Could be confusing, because if you call it the body and there's a body element, you know, maybe it should be something else, like page. So the problem with calling it a page is that, I don't know, maybe it is the page. And maybe the page can be full screen or have some layout to it, and then you could throw multiple pages into the BG area. Alright, let's go with it for now. It's kind of a weird way to do it, but so the root's going to be the page. And then seeing that all come together in a more logical way in the code would be obviously a win. So, I don't know, like some sort of app.render maybe isn't the worst way to go. So this like initialize root business, which is essentially setting all that shit up. So I guess we're just not going to have a root. Maybe not. Should I perform some surgery and try and make this change? Well, should it be app.render? I kind of think it should. Instead of initialize root. Let's just kind of knock this out. We don't have to call it yet, but it would be something. Well, and this is in the framework. Well, maybe, I mean, having this be a super simple app would be maybe not a bad idea, just to kind of set up the framework's injection pattern. So basically be like this dot, we could do this dot body equals u dot body. It's just having that handle there for later. This dot app equals div.c, no, AI app. And then probably want this to be called app just for clarity. And then there was a app.header. I think at this point we don't need the $sign for everything. Equals div.c header. And then app dot, I don't know, I'm tempted to call it body because it's sort of the or content or main. I guess main is fine. div.c main. I guess this could just be main here. And then, so this is kind of this whole bit here, right? All this nav state business should definitely be separated into a component. So header, main, side nav. So the side nav isn't even that important. I mean, frankly, the header and the main here isn't even that important. So if you have to use a different, well, so there probably should be a page, right? Should the overall structure be kind of similar so that you'd have also, should be main left and right maybe as like the kind of containers, and then a side nav goes in there. I don't know. Do you want potentially multiple left columns? Maybe. Well, let's just kind of mock this up. Main dot left. Main dot this, and then main dot. Could have a right, but this is much simpler, and just being able to see kind of the overall structure and where everything comes from, and putting it inside a render function just seems to feel better. Alright, so then the BG had the root thing in there, and so that's where we get we could call it this dot page, instead of putting it on the BG deep inside there, and this is probably going to be referenced more, and now part of the thing is, well, what if you have this, if you want to do multi-columns and 2 pages in one app, then that page reference is no longer going to apply? I guess, yeah, that's sort of... Well, and you could have a page within a page. So, like, then the root page would be... Well, this reference could be the root page. So that's kind of where I think having, you know, the idea of a page is almost like this, right? And I guess this kind of becomes a page-like thing with the background on it. But if you automatically put, well, if you want this concept of a page to actually kind of be this content area that looks like a paper, then it probably can't be the root page. It would have to be some sort of like content, app.content could be the like workspace. I thought about workspace too, but maybe content isn't a bad, just kind of, it's like the wrapper. I don't know, now I've renamed everything, so now my whole system is different, but maybe it's better. BG and content. It's a lot of wrappers. And for like a simple site, you probably wouldn't need most of those, but I've renamed the side nav, so now, well, the left could still be like kind of a generic container. The side nav could go into that generic container, and then you could potentially add a second left nav if you're trying to build like a menu system or something. I don't know. Not sure exactly how that would work. Flyout menus have been kind of on my bucket list, but the layout for that could get kind of tricky. I don't think it really matters, but now in all of my maybe I go back to root here. I was just thinking all of my pages actually right now have root. Now it's ID root, but I could switch that over quickly, and then as long as this reference here for app.root, it's not actually the root, it's just the root of the app. And it could become kind of like a page-like thing. But it is also like if you just put content in the root of a page like this, then it goes into the root. And so it kind of makes sense there. I actually kind of like that. I think leaving that as root. It's not the root element per se, but it's the kind of root of the content. And that could be, you could add a page class to it to make it look like a page. You could add any number of classes to it to kind of make it lay out the way that you want. You could put app.footer. As just like a placeholder so that you can see these potential other areas. And then I actually had a I think this is where I put the we could say this dot footer. I don't know if it well, I don't know, I got the header as property of the app thing. I think that's fine. App.footer equals div.c footer. Could also go here. Whoops. That is out. Okay. Refresh. Alright, so I don't mind that. So, what else? What else? We're gonna kind of go back to this contextual nav here. Well, so this is all just kind of mocked up. It's not actually doing this yet. So maybe I try and simplify this app logic. I think that is a decent goal. So yeah, as I was saying, like if initialize could be an override point where it has nothing and you can chuck shit like this in there, and then maybe it is like I mean, loading these things probably should be one of the first things that happens, just because you want them to, well, before you try and like load the page, for example, and wait for anything else, you obviously want to load these up. Connecting the socket. Yeah, I mean, all this would happen pretty quick. I guess the socket could happen before render, but okay, so the render definitely makes more sense than this initialize root. Where's my initialize root? So this one right here, which sets up the body. Also sets the root as captor, which I think is what we want either way. This one initializes the default root, so I think that's all kind of still what we want. And so in this render, maybe down here, we do this, well, no, it'd be this line right here. Let's just duplicate this. And then yeah, that's pretty much it, right? Then we can get rid of this dot root, I think. All right, let's see if I can. Definitely don't want initialize here. This should be like maybe instantiate. Oh boy. Instantiate. Why? What happened? I just renamed the method. It shouldn't have done anything. be a sign, and so we override this. It literally shouldn't have done anything. Did I change the order? Alright, let's just revert this. Oh. What else did I do? I didn't remove that. Oh boy, what happened? No, that's fine. Weird. What? Initialize ready. Oh. I think that's the bit there. Okay, so can I now change this to instantiate? Don't know why that wouldn't have worked. And this one should work no differently. What the fuck? Why? Am I calling something from the wrong spot? I'm so confused. New app. Did I not save this one? Oh, just didn't save them both. Okay, moving too fast. Not saving. Okay, so now I wanted. Don't really want. Kind of want like a load method. Let's see if we can do that. And then these guys can be, I don't know if I want these actually loading. This bit here could fire off. I mean, I could put this line in there just so it's an overridable thing, so that you have full control. Because like automatically, you know, what if you don't want the framework? And then this load could be wah, wah. Wah, wah. No commas. Alright. We need to put the, I think you just call super, right? No, how do you do that? How do you call a super method? Gemini, how do you call a super method in JavaScript? Super dot method name. Crazy. What? Isn't that what it said? Crazy. What the fuck? Oh, mother trucker. It's because it's not a class, it's a instance, and I'm faking the class kind of definition with the object. So you can't call super from past in functions that become methods. Crazy. I would assume it has to be in the... So that kind of sucks, because then you'd have to... Now, I mean, I hate doing this, but like, load framework. It's kind of not the worst way to go, because now I can just say this load framework, right? You son of a bitch. All right, so then we can move these down here. And then I could make like a setup method just to clean this up, but I don't know if I want to. Setup or config, I guess it's more setup. It's this bit right here. Does that have to happen first? Doesn't really matter. I mean, it's just really to have that ready promise available, but like, I don't know, I feel like there's a better way. Could I have it be a getter? Like this get loaded, you get ready. Yeah, shouldn't it? Obviously, get ready. But then I have to save it and cache it, and right? Yeah, I think so. Fine. If this ready, then this ready equals new promise. I guess we only need resolve here. Whoops, maybe an arrow. And then resolve equals is stat ready dot resolve equals resolve. Return this ready. All right, other trucker. What? Oh. Which only has a getter. Oh, I see. You just can't set the initialize ready. So now we don't actually need any of this, and I kind of think maybe we don't need that. We don't need this. All right, now it should just work. So if nobody's asked for the ready promise, that'll be created when we access it here and immediately resolve itself, which is fine. But if at any point through the whole process something awaits app.ready, then it will finally resolve after this point here. I think that works. Initialize root. So we're going to change that to render. render. This is gonna break. Let me think this through first. First, let me get it working again. Initialize ready. Don't think we need that one. Okay, working. To get rid of this root one and to put the render here, I need to basically remove this. So we're going to need a render function in here. This is async. Why? What am I awaiting? I'm not. I think that's an afterthought. I don't think you have to await this. Doesn't look like it. So let's think. I think the inject can be. Ooh, no, we don't want that. This .app. I'm gonna break shit. Alright, I need to change the render. I need to change this all at once. I think what I'm gonna do to avoid breaking it so I can reset it better is duplicate this method, make a second one. We can switch it over. We're going to duplicate this one and make a second one, which it's going to use now. So it should all work now. We use the second one. And then if I break something like, you know, comment this out and it breaks, then I just go back and swap this back to the first one and it comes back to life. Why? Oh, because I commented out the first one. I need to make the changes to the second one. So I can swap this back. If I then break the second one, then I can switch this back to the first one that works. Okay, that's what we want to do. Let's not mess that up again. So now I can test a separate kind of branch of my class using this as a switch, which is kind of cool, actually. I'm gonna go pour the rest of my coffee here. Okay, so got a lot of little pieces to refactor here. I don't think turning on the render thing yet is, this one shouldn't even be here. I don't think I want to just start hacking everything at once. I think this is a bit too big of a maneuver, and I want to try and incrementally get it to work. So also, let's switch it over to this breaking version and also fix it at the same time. Okay. We load. We initialize the root, which is doing this bit, which we're not going to need in a second. We're going to call render instead. And we're going to need a render method. We're going to override it with basically the same thing. So this is where this fucking I should probably need to extend the class so I can call super or break these things into little functions I can override. That's kind of unfortunate. I never realized that before, that you can't use super in these fake methods. So, well, for now, I'm just going to copy it. Don't repeat yourself, but whatever. All right, so then all this dx shit. So I'm just going to turn this into initialize nav state, comma, this one, oh, we're going to need nav state as a property, I think. Cut, paste, tab, this dot nav state, this dot nav state, this dot nav state. So this is like an initialization, I think. I wonder if you can set like an init value here. Does local storage.get item have an initialization option? If the value doesn't exist, that would be kind of cool. Yeah, but you have to. Yeah, you have to check if it's not there and then set it, which is kind of you could fix that with some sort of storage class. It just kind of makes it a little easier. But okay, so if you could just pass the initial value true into here, that would be better. All right, so initialize this dot nav state. This dot nav state equals this dot nav state. And this dot. I could have just said it once, but okay. These references will likely change here, but let's keep this for a second. Did I break it? I probably broke it. Well, I broke the nav state bit here. So after rendering, so this initialize nav state should bring this back to life. Okay. Nav state seems to work. And yeah, I think this is all going to be fixed in a minute, but I don't know if I wrap this up or if I just I could just call it this dot nav state hide or something. Well, all of this could happen down there, couldn't it? Getting the nav state, setting the handler. I think so. I think this could happen in here. And then this would have to happen down here. Seems to work. Okay. And then yeah, we're basically going to switch this over to a render method. I think I already did that. I created an empty one up here, copied it all over. Just bring this down here so I can I think this is generally what we want, but I could put in these methods. I have this dot header. What does this dot header do? This one, this dot header equals this thing, and we can return this so it gets captured in the right spot. I think that would work. Let's try it. It's setting itself on. Yeah, I don't think that's a huge problem to have it in both places. Let's just call this dot header. It's creating two references to the same thing, but whatever. Might want to consolidate that, but it's still. Oh, we're not actually calling that. That's why it's not breaking anything. I'm not. But I think that should work. Let's just give this a quick go. Main, left. So left is the side nav. I'm going to try putting the side nav in here. I could, what does side nav do? Side nav creates a new, maybe we don't need that extra wrapper. It makes the styling a little bit crazy. But maybe we do just put the side nav into the left, like this side nav. I think that should work. It might get captured in the wrong spot, but I think it recaptures it properly, which is a little meh, but not ideal, but it doesn't really take that much work for it to move an element around twice. Okay, so now this bit is pretty much, yeah, now we could add this back in. Do we want this stuff footer? Does this create a reference? It does. I think that's okay though. Let's just do it for now. Same way as the header. This app, yeah, it's going to create two references, but that's fine. This dot footer. The footer. All right, I guess we could leave those for now, and then what else we got in here? So I don't think we had a problem with this whole root element being the captor from this initialized root, but we're not going to do that anymore. The render takes care of setting the captor. Ooh, down here though. Is that a problem? So all this is really just rendering off screen, and there's no the loading part. So I don't know if I like app.load here. It's like load resources or maybe load. And maybe initialize page. Maybe it's like a load page should go in there. Actually, that's not a bad idea. But then when you are we gonna have an override for this? I was thinking override load here to add your dependencies or the things that you want to load. But I mean, it's not a bad idea to actually make. Let's change initialize page to load page, and then put that in the load thing here. This load page. And then do we need to await that? So the reason I was awaiting it here is that, well, partly because we don't want to inject the thing before the page loads. So if you don't await the page load, then it's possible the resources are cached and they're already loaded, and then it'll inject while the page is still catching up. So essentially, I tried to add this thing to the loaders, but for some reason I didn't want to do that, and I'm trying to remember why. Why was it that I didn't want to wait for make app.ready wait the page? there's some sort of like, well, okay, so if I waited, well, I wasn't. No, I do await. No, I think what I changed it to is instead of awaiting here, I don't even have the old code, but I removed the await from here. I added it to the loaders, and then I awaited it. And so we don't want to append until, in fact, we can't append until the thing is loaded. But I think there was something about the await inside the page that is imported. God, I don't. This is so confusing to me. I can hardly remember. My brain can only load so much at once, and then it just ignores everything else. It's like, what are we doing here? All right. Well, I could make load async, and then but we don't. Just to await the load page part. I could add it back to the loaders, and now that we have like more control over loading and rendering and whatnot, maybe it's not terrible. Let me think. I don't remember which file was having a problem with it. I think it might have been one of these test pages that, yeah, it's like, no, so I changed this to, I think I was awaiting app.ready and it was having a problem or something. I really don't remember. Can't await in page. Why? Oh, okay. So because I had changed this over to, to await it, well, it's kind of twofold. Like when I await the import, if I await here, it never finishes. In fact, I don't even know if this will work because unless the directory readies up before the app. So if we if we wait for app.ready in the page, but we also make app.ready wait for the page to finish, then it like just, you basically will never resolve. It's like a self-dependency or something that just never waits. So this one works. Now the thing is, do we want to be able to await app.ready in the page, and then can we make that work? I think we could. We just couldn't make. This await. No. Okay, so I don't think we can. If we want this to finish, unless, so if we await app.ready, everything that happens after that point, God, I'm confused here. If we wait for the injection, so the thing has been injected, it's visible, and then we resolve it, then we number one, we can't await the page, which is, we definitely want it, the imported page to render before we inject it, otherwise we're going to get some fook. So I don't know, like, is there a way to do this where the page can, if we await the page, I believe any await inside is going to, it's not going to, like this, thing won't resolve until, I believe, I could be wrong on that. Maybe it resolves the module without fully finishing, but I don't think so. Can we test this here? Well, let's see. Are we still working? Yes. If we go to the test page, seems to work. If we say app await app.ready, this might just break it. Yep. Can't do it. Ha, scheiße. So, how do we fix it? Well, we could just inject after app.ready so that it's, but it would be nice to be able to just put like a little bit of code underneath and do something after, come back and do something afterwards, but then we couldn't await the import. The whole idea is like request the file and run it and then let me know when you're done. Like when we get the exported default value and when it's finished rendering, creating elements and all the things. And so doing an await, waiting for the, this is like, yeah, you basically just can't. You could do app.ready.then. That's how you would have to do it. I think that's the trick there. It's not a circular dependency, it's like a self-dependent, like if we await import this, well, so it's basically like if we await import, import a page before resolving ready, this will never, like, basically app will never be ready, page will never export, like page module resolve, something like that. It's however, we can say app.ready.then and then add a callback. No problemo. Okay. Yeah, I don't think that's a problem because we do need to await here, and I don't know, using like the loaders thing to like just in general, we can't wait to resolve ready until after the page, and also await app.ready. It's just like an impossible feat. So it's kind of nice to be, it might be kind of nice to be able to write await app.ready and then put something below it, but don't think our logic will allow it. And so what else we got to do here? We need to get back to business and all right, so the loading of the page, I kind of think this initialize page, where to go? Load page. I started changing this, and I didn't save it yet. I think load page is not bad, and then putting it in there. But like, do we want to await? This is the big question. Do we await the load page? We need an async method. Maybe it should happen after load and then load page. It's kind of like, probably don't need to override it. I was kind of thinking that I really like this idea that you have a limited number of steps and each one is a method, and then you can just override each method. I mean, you could override all of them, but you could override each method individually, and everything is like the entire app is completely customizable just by plucking methods. And so putting load page, putting these underscore sub methods within methods is seems to be a good idea. And we could make load be async so that we can await load page, and then we could await load, but like that actually kind of makes sense in some ways. So we're awaiting this dot loaded. What if it was just await this dot load? Wouldn't that be an awesome way to do it? Let's just kind of mock this out. Async instantiate 3 would be something like await this dot load, which would then only resolve when all the loaders are ready. So in that sense, I could add the module back to the loaders here, so that when we could just call load page naturally, so it's like if you do it, kind of like in sequence like this, and then await this dot loaders, that would work. But do you want to wait for this function before then awaiting those, or do you want to like await them both at the same time? Actually, in this case, I don't know if it matters, because the triggering has already happened, and so I think it might be the same. Yeah, we're not waiting to load to trigger the request of anything here. We're just, so this is sort of like parallel versus series is kind of the question in my mind, and I believe it doesn't really matter here. But wouldn't it be better to do, instead of like offloading these into this loaders thing, could we just do await this load framework? Await, no, because that's series, and then you're waiting to load requested things. So kind of a workaround of that is this loaders thing that I have set up. And I mean, you could do like a promise.all and then pass in this .load framework, this .font, this .font, this .style sheet. That's actually pretty concise and straightforward. Await them all at once, and then including this .load page, and then forget the loaders. Do it a little bit more directly. I actually kind of like that idea. I don't like the promise.all syntax where you need to pass in like an array, but I guess it is what it is. Just mock this out real quick. Promise.all. This .load framework. This, well, yeah, font. This font. This style sheet. This load page. And then we don't need the loaders. And then we await all of these. could just make an all function. It would look way cooler if it was just await all. And all is just promise.all. Maybe even just get rid of the array part of promise.all because it's completely unnecessary. I think it's unnecessary. I guess it makes it a little bit more like the resolve value is an array that matches, so it's kind of like maybe helps you remember that or something, but that would be kind of cool. It's very simple syntax. Await all of these things. Now it requests them all in parallel. It essentially requests them all immediately and then awaits for them all at the same time. And then you don't need any loaders. You don't need to... But the problem is we still need the loaders because we can request style sheets from components but then basically add, it's like the app has a style sheet array and even like in a loaders array for fonts. And so however this works, isn't there a font method? Static font method, load page. How do you load a font? Oh, it's this one. There should be a app level thing, I think. This dot loaders dot push. Shouldn't the loader? So the style sheets are kind of a global array. Loaders seem to be app level thing. That could change if I was creating some sort of intelligent module system, but I'm not that smart, so I don't know. It works for now. Probably won't mess with it for a minute, but the whole point was something that I forgot. What was the whole point? Oh yeah, I was playing around with the syntax and making it nice and clear and clean and like self-evident. And oh yeah, so the whole question here was, could we do away with loaders? And I think the answer is no, because if we want to load especially like random data and just kind of make the whole page not render until the data gets there, that may or may not be desirable, and each like widget could have its own loaded / ready system, kind of like the directory does, and that's not a bad way to go either, so I'll have to think it through. But because components or classes could import their own style sheets that then get added into the style sheet system, this whole loaded where we concatenate all the style sheets from the app class into I don't know if this has to be a dynamic constructor, but anyway, it adds all the style sheets and the loaders together into one ready event essentially. And get ready. Kind of complicated, but it's just setting up a promise, and we have to use the underscore because we need a new namespace. Kind of weird, but whatever. I could actually use like a symbol or something to make it disappear, I think. But I'm not going to do that. Okay, so we need the loaders. But we could then just put them in here, I think, right? Can you add, or do you have to concatenate it in? Something like that. that's sort of what the loaded, then we could get rid of the loaded event. But we might want the loaded event. Also, that loaded event creates a dynamic promise. Is that what we want? If you try and await app.loaded, and then it's going to create this. In fact, it's going to resolve the ready. I don't think we want to do that, actually, do we? We resolve ready up here after we inject, not automatically. Am I going to break this? Oh, yeah, we broke it. Let's go. I think this should fix it. I think we need to change that in both of these. All is not defined. Am I actually loading? Yeah, so let's just comment this out for a second. Try and get it working again. There we go. Where's my why doesn't this app render the nav and everything? Oh, await app.ready. We can't do that, man. I think that's probably why. How did that work before, though? Because I know it worked before. Is it because I changed shit around, or... That's weird. How did that work before with the await app.ready? Crazy. Maybe that's something I don't get myself fall down that rabbit hole. Alright, so it seems to be working. And yeah, I mean, I kind of like the idea of await this dot load, this one right here, just because it's so self-evident. Do something asynchronous and await for it, and then we do something else, and we might await it too. So first we await the loading, and then we could synchronously inject, and then we even put this .ready.resolve into the injection method. And so the entire could this just go in the constructor? And so it's just 3 steps: assign the properties, load the shit, inject it. I mean, that's the kind of structure that I like to see. So let's think about this await.load first. We could keep the ready resolve at the bottom, just so you know, so it's clear that it's like assign, load, inject, ready. Okay, but await load means that load is async, which means, well, so should the loaded, yeah, like if we await loaders, load page here, I mean, that's sort of the same thing as this. And so, I don't know, is it more clear that we're doing one kind of one promise that we're awaiting all at once? Also, again, if the loaders, if we await loaders here and not after the page runs, aha, that's going to be a problem. Because the page can add more loaders. The page can import new things. Those new things can import style sheets, fonts, or whatever else, add to the loaders. And so this dynamic loaders, where it creates a fresh promise.all, is a little crazy. I don't know if I like that. I mean, it works if we do it here after the page is loaded. I guess so, like this, right? We have to wait for the page to load to then await the loaders. Let's make a comment so that, like, wait for the page to load before awaiting loaders, which could more loaders could get added to the page. So I actually think that's kind of what we want. Async load framework. Yeah, and the load framework. I was just thinking, like, instead of having this load framework method, I could just copy and paste this over here. The problem is that this import meta is a different file, so it's going to reference a different file, and then the path to the framework would be from this file at the web root back down into the framework core app, or framework core framework.css. Could work, but like that also might be different or something, especially if you're loading the framework from, you know, the core framework app definition from like a CDN. So I think this is necessary. This would be then in here, this load framework. You know, these are just like examples. We could copy this one over and put it in here just as another example, but maybe not necessary. It'd be cool if you could just pass in the Google font name and it would like figure out the URL without the only way to have that work with any Google font is to have a definition list of all the fonts, which is too big for it to be practical. I mean, it could be some sort of API to like look up but you probably just want to hard code the definition like I have. All right, so let's get back to business here. This seems to work. We are running number 2 here, so we are loading. Can we await load here? Do we want to await load here? Well, what about rendering? We haven't thought about that yet. This dot render. Okay, so we sort of need to render before loading. Not really. We don't really want to. That's the problem here. So up here, we kind of initialize first, then load the page, which could take a while, then do the injection. But this is sort of where the rendering of the kind of root elements happens first. So, yeah, we do need, maybe we just don't await it, but we need to await it. We need to await it for the injection. I mean, we could render real quick before we load everything just to keep the functions simpler, but I kind of think like maybe load should happen. All right, can we add, now that we're not trying to await app.ready in the file, we realize that's impossible. Anyway, can we just add the module to the loaders here? This dot loaders dot push mod. So then we don't have to await load page. We can just but then we can't fuck. So we have to load the page for the loader to be yes, so this is where we need to, in order to have this, we need to go back to, I guess, let mod equal import, then push, then mod equals await. This is, I don't know if I like this. It's like a branch of the function where it goes like partially synchronous and partially asynchronous. All right. Does that still work? Looks like it. All right, so now instead of, are we actually using this? We are using this load method. It's crazy it's actually working. So damn. If we're not awaiting the page, I was just thinking we have to await the. Yeah, there could be loaders added to the page. So how do we get that working? Well, if we await the. Do we need to await the load page method someplace? Maybe the load page needs to be at the higher level, like this. Await load page. Are we loading the page twice? I think I might be. Maybe it doesn't actually matter that much. Are we loading a bunch of resources twice? Looks like it doesn't, but it might add them to the thing twice. No, it doesn't look like we have a bunch of them twice. Well, it's just that we're awaiting load page here, and we're also loading and then calling this load page here, and so it is calling this twice, but it must just import it once. But you'd think well, it's not rendering this part twice. So I guess it just imports it once and then decides not to do it again. Well, so that's weird. Fuck. It's like we need to wait for the page to load before we can inject. Doing it inside the load method kind of makes sense to me. But why was I thinking I didn't want to do it here? Well, where do we render? That's the thing. So we want to render right here. No, we need to render before. We want to render right here. We want to request the things first, then render, then load the page. Well, we could load the page first, or at least let it request itself. Can we though? Well, yeah, it doesn't do anything. Like, it doesn't render anything until injection. So, requesting the page before rendering, does that work though? I think we need, because the page often is trying to access like app.root, for example. That needs to be there first. We need to set up the root before loading the page. So that is what I wanted to be render. I think that could make sense, but then it does have to be like in between. So maybe we need to take load page out of the load method. All right, let's try it. Let's take this out. Let's then not async load or await load. Load, we just load and then render. We're gonna try and comment this out and switch to render. I mean, the socket could go in there, the directory could go in there. The DX thing is part of rendering. But then, yeah, we need to await the page load. Do we? Fuck. Now I've switched this over. It was await for the page to load before accessing this list of dynamic loaders. Well, it's really awaiting, like, the current list of loaders. So, it's like load without await, render before requesting the page. I don't know if this matters. This is all kind of, and then await page completion before awaiting dynamic. Wait for all the loaders before injecting. Inject. Way more complicated than the 3 steps I was hoping for, but I think unless we put all this load, render, load page, we'd have to put render in the load method and still do that all in here, which doesn't really make it any better. Now again, I could pre-render before loading, then await load, but I don't know if we want the browser doing a bunch of rendering. It's not a bunch of rendering, it's literally just creating like a small handful of elements. And in fact, this could be a loading UX. Maybe there's like an SVG that's, like a loader animation or whatever. You can make it fancy, but that could load instantly. Relatively, anyway. It's gonna, run right away before it even requests anything. I don't know, to make the friggin' app list of, events a little simpler, to put it in the wrong order, I feel like we should kick off all these requests before trying to render. And so maybe this is more of like an initialize. First we have load, then we have initialize. Do we put, so like the socket thing, I don't think that really depends on, here it is. I don't think that really depends on any views or anything. Now we do add it to the loaders, because I think on some of my things I was using the socket in the page to like save data or load data or whatever. I don't know if I like that. Adding the socket to the loaders means that it's not, if the socket fails, it's not going to inject. Well, I guess it's only, and this is part of, I think, why I created the loaders, is that I only wanted it to be, I only wanted to wait the socket if we were using it. And if it's not there, then it doesn't affect anything. Problem is if it fails. If we add the loader but it never gets ready, and I haven't had that problem yet, but it certainly could be a problem and something that I should probably make a note of this. Like if the socket fails to ready, page won't render. Yep. So I'd probably have to handle that. Oh, no, we broke it. Okay, let's see. This should actually work. Why isn't this working? The side nav is rendering before the directory has. So I just messed up the order of these. I think these can come first. Okay. So yeah, I mean, like the dependency there of the directory on rendering the side nav, for example. So boom, we got this render method. Where'd it go? Oh, here it is, render. So the side nav here that I'm gonna use can't render until the directory is there, and so that's where like an instantiate kind of subset should really be like instantiate directory. All these like, you know, create because it's creating the instance. So that kind of makes sense. And I thought about doing that before. It's just it's kind of the same thing. It doesn't really matter. But that's sort of like directory needs to exist before rendering. Well, and I think the directory is set up to render asynchronously so that it's it will fook or could fook anyway, but it will, yeah, it'll render itself in place. Render. So it creates empty div and then it'll do an update when the files arrive, either immediately if they're already there or once they get there. So that's a little, I don't know, should we wait to inject? What, do I add the directory to the loaders? I could. Would that create a problem? Let's think this through. Do I add the directory to the loaders? I don't. I could though. Let's see if it breaks anything. This dot loaders dot push this dot directory dot ready. So wait for the directory to be ready before injecting, just so we don't have. I mean, it hasn't seemed to be a problem, but just to make sure that the we are still loading home.page, and that would be this path to page URL. I could switch this to page. I think I already did this on one of them. Yeah, let's make this change. I don't really like the home.page. It's kind of cool, but just makes things more complicated. the home page. Can't find it. Rename. Alright. There it is. Seems like it's not. Like the layout broke. Why did the layout break? Something's not right here. Maybe it's just that I messed with the directory styles and haven't looked at this page in a while. Also, the directory was supposed to ignore the home page, but maybe it doesn't. Maybe it ignores it automatically. That's kind of what triggered me down this path, is that I was looking at this ignores, or in the app where we create the directory, I have this ignore home.page, which now it's not ignoring, but like it's still not rendering like I guess it would be like an empty string for the name. Don't really see it being a problem here. Anyway, we could probably just remove that then. Yeah, not sure what that was doing. Okay, I think that's fine. How about this whole nav state thing is kind of wonky. Slowly but surely pushing through. Where are we here? Not so simple, huh? On all these steps, like click the page, click the app, and the DOM, and then app gallery. Okay, so this one and this one are the current render methods. Initialize root and this whole DX thing we're still doing. And so I should be able to swap those over. It's probably going to break this shit. Let's just flip over to, I don't know, a different page here. Kind of like that one. Should we try turning these off and adding a render down here? Let's see what happens. Yeah, all the CSS will need to be fixed, which is actually quite a bit. The inject is, I think the actual default inject is, no, not root. But I mean, I think a similar setup, maybe it doesn't need as many containers, but I don't know, maybe I leave it for the, I don't know, it's a lot of containers for a framework. You might not want sidebars or headers or any of it. And you could override the render method, and maybe the default framework and default function is just like an example that you can and should, and but then you'd have to inject something else. But let's just, should I change this? Kind of think so. And then we don't need to override this. Okay, so now it's just a CSS thing. And that is kind of a big thing that I need to spend some time working on. So all the side navs, I don't know. Do we still have? It's really the new 42 CSS. I think it's a bigger problem here. So root wrap became what, BG, I think. DX became app. Root became what? What was it? Content? No, I left it at root, but I've changed it to a class, root. Might need to fix that. The DX main, this would be like app main. This would be app. I guess this could be a direct main, so we don't target any main. I think that's right. Okay, looking a little better. Root, 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 header, footer. I don't know if I like those. I don't even think I'm using those, am I? Don't think so. Let's just try not to mess with as much. This would be app main left. Well, that's not right. I don't think that was applying before. I don't know if I want that. Is that 150 pixels? 250. Max width 250. Ah, I see. Flux grow 1. Well, let's just nix this. If I don't know that I want it, why put it on there? Should probably just get rid of all this shit, right? I don't think any of this is in use. I'm not using the header and footer elements. Kind of like the idea of just not sure about this one or this one. Yeah, let's just get rid of shit. All these font weights probably don't need. Not sure why this is commented out. Checkbox should be in like maybe a UX style sheet or something. I don't know how I feel about importing 100 style sheets independently, but it actually having a separate style sheet for each little thing kind of just keeps it organized. And once it's loaded and cached, then the browser's getting pretty quick at loading new files, so I don't actually think and firing off a bunch of requests, I don't think it's actually that big a deal. I guess it's a little more overhead for your server. So we'll come back to all these. These should all pretty much be the same, right? Header, buttons. What are the header buttons? I don't actually know. Oh, it's the mobile thing. So I don't know why the background is going. Oh, BG. Okay. Maybe I should change that to like actual word background, or workspace is kind of cool. It is kind of the background of the document, though. Or center. Might not actually be the center, though. I don't know if I need the do I need the BG class to be like? So if I wanted to use the BG class to mean this background color, then also using that BG class as like, the identifier for this part of the website would be potentially problematic. I mean, I could just override it. I think it should be something else, though. I don't know if I like. I haven't really used this one anywhere. It's in the test.css. What? Why is it in there? Oh, it's on that test page. Okay. Thought that was a different file. So that's specific to this page. I have a bunch of CSS in there that should probably get ported over, but that's going to be some surgery. Well, let's ignore that background thing. Finish scanning this real quick. Should probably bring all these side nav. I do think keeping the framework super lightweight and getting rid of, most of this bullshit is probably better. I do think maybe just an app. And then the inject could be the exact same thing. Where's that inject? Oh, right there. Yep, that could be. Alright, let's just get rid of this. I don't think that doesn't apply anymore. Forget these. Alright, so yeah, I might nix this. It's kind of the same thing. Probably should put all the framework CSS for side nav shit into here. Keep it all together. I don't have a main anymore, so, and I don't know. I'm just gonna get rid of these. Maybe these were doing something, but they don't seem to apply anymore, so why? Why not just get rid of them? I'm sure it'll break something. I don't know if I want utility classes. I don't know if I want these icon classes. This is bullshit. I might be changing. I think I changed this in the other one. Put a background color on there and do this kind of a thing for this layout. But you don't want to have to override a bunch of shit. So like maybe not doing those is better. I did put like a star margin 0 on before, but I don't know if that's good either. I think maybe just utility classes alone are probably a couple utility classes alone. I'm not sure. I'll have to think through what should be in here. This is all bullshit. I think we're just gonna nix all this. I don't even know what that's doing. And yeah, so what? Oh, there's something else that changed that. I don't know what, but it seemed to. Why is this gray now? Directory side nav. Is it just because there's no background on it? I think it's possible that none of these have a background and that's just getting it from the body. Yep. It has no background. Shite nav. Just put a. Oh, here. Why isn't that working? Side nav. I didn't save it yet. Oh, okay. Alright, now what? Well, we can put this in here. Just ends that rule. Definitely need to organize all that better. Definitely need to get rid of some more of these. Maybe even some of these. Maybe probably most of this. I mean, maybe the framework doesn't even need any CSS. Maybe it's all part of the theme, just to keep it simple. But I do think, defining some basic systems, like I think redefining the typographic scale so that the margins will align properly. Still haven't really thought that through. it's like sometimes you have like a giant margin top on headers to like create a section. Margin top 3M. You know, like to create a new section without creating a section. But I also think that maybe I want to create like an actual section element for each section that has its own header or heading, you know, H element. And then I could add that spacing kind of more structurally rather than just, this is kind of a hack where it's like, you know, you just, for lack of a better, I mean, it sort of makes more sense at the bottom of the last section. Then that could be any kind of element. Could be a paragraph or an image or whatever. And so putting it at like a header kind of just makes it a easier target to space things out. But yeah, typographic CSS I think is, the defaults are not good because they vary from browser to browser. But finding like all the numbers that work throughout the whole thing. Well, so yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on in here. I could try and get a bunch of the test CSS over there, like the anchor styles. Yeah, this auto layout thing was kind of cool. But I think like most of these, I need to really just compartmentalize it. Forget about, you know, performance and number of requests, and just like, even if it's 3 lines of CSS, create a component called auto and then just put it in there, and only if you include that thing does it show up. And, you know, that's just kind of a test. Most of the time it's not included except if you go to that page, and then it, you know, you can see how it works and create a little example of it. A couple examples that are, you know, responsive. You can scale it around or whatever. Where was that framework CSS? Let's check this over. Ooh, that was weird, not expected, but okay. The flex gap, I think gap could just be its own sort of part of flex, but let's put it down here, gap 1, just as a default gap. Then we don't need like an auto gap. Save, get rid of that. Alright, now a lot of this shit could be framework based, and then, or like split between the framework. So like, I kind of think this bit here could be, I really don't like the amount of space bullshit that the browser defaults to. And then, so let's get rid of this, and then these can go in here. Should probably create, yeah, typographies. I don't know. Like base elements are kind of here. Alright, and then padding, this is definitely a theme level thing. Both of these are, I think. All of these are, I think. Put these here. This test thing here, this was that like editor bit here. So this is gonna stay here for now. I guess that'll stay. Well, I kind of like that idea. Display flex, flex wrap, all in one. And then yeah, it's kind of cool. I think this might be a good addition. I don't know if it should go in the framework. Well, it is optional, so fuck it. Let's I think this is all theme level. Go somewhere right here. I think this is probably, I'm going to keep it separate. Ooh, I don't know. This could be, I'm almost thinking like importing a font could be something you set up and then you use an import statement for. So you just toggle it on and off rather than use a line of code. But either way, it's just getting that CSS in there. I don't think it should be in the framework. It just makes it junky, but it needs to come into the document somehow. We'll deal with that later. Having this, but here, I think we do have some, yeah, let's try it. I kind of like the font weight 500. I'm going to get rid of this here. Didn't change any of these, huh? Font weight 500, font weight. How come these don't have font weight 500? Oh, here, font weight, they already were. Font weight 500, okay. Fine. What else we got here? Yeah, these are kind of cool. We could bring these over. Should this go away at the top with all these variables and shit? I guess for now. So I redefined the BG. Guess that's fine. Alright, it's not terrible. A little bit cumbersome, but we're getting there. I don't think this did anything. Scroll bar color primary, what? There's no way that's actually doing anything. I'm just gonna delete it. Not sure what I was doing there. Layouts. So this little layout thing, I feel like this maybe should be something else because I might want to use the layout class, but I don't know. I was thinking about like some sort of like UX class, or I don't know, just something to see the background. Yeah, maybe a UX could just be a quick and easy way to see, but it's not necessarily. I guess we'll just keep it as is, put this over here, and go kind of at the bottom. Oh, here's a bunch of flex classes. So, wait, what? So I feel like flex dash wrap. I'm just gonna write this down here. I was thinking flex wrap should be something like display flex and flex wrap, kind of all in one. But you could do this just as easily. Add flex and wrap just as easily. Just a space when you're adding the classes rather than a dash. Where are the other? Oh, they were over here. Okay, let's just check these in here for a second. Flex gap 1 and flex gap. I don't know if that's necessary. We got 3 classes for gap now. I think we just get rid of these. It could just be it could conflict with a wrapper class. Sometimes I'll name a wrapper class just wrap. Actually, I kind of like this. The flex 1 thing should probably just go because it's confusing. But is sort of what this auto is doing. Alright, let's just move on. What else we got here? This is the test stuff. I think these are pretty basic. What was H2? Do we have any H2 styling here? Any header styling at all? Here. This P intro could go somewhere around here, and then these guys could go somewhere around here. Get rid of that one. And then this is sort of an editor type thing, and should probably be encapsulated into a class. So let's go ahead and do it. I guess we'll save that, close that, and close this. I'll come back to the app thing in a second. It's still not working great, but I do want to get this. Do I have an editor yet? I don't. Could be called code class, or code editor. Maybe a 2-word class name is a good idea at this point. Code editor. Alright. I mean, I was kind of thinking about the API for this. Could be something like code dot editor, or code.edit is probably better. Code edit. So the code, it could be the element for, code element for like inline code. So I've already kind of been doing that a bit. It's sort of this backtick look here. And so this could be just like, code element. But then the code.edit could be, you'd have code.c for like adding a class and then the code. But then code.edit could just be a kind of helper function to create this code editor. I guess it could still be called code editor. Alright, let's go with it. Let's comment this out. Let's create a export default class code editor. Constructor args. Whoops. Let's get used to just writing this all out. Object of assign this args, I believe is how that works, right? Didn't I just do that somewhere? Yeah, right there. Okay. And then let's get all this test, this bit here. Guess we'll leave it there for now. Code editor, code editor. Let's take a look at this. We're gonna need some view stuff. So I'm still not even sure which file do I import these from. So I import them from, I mean, I do think importing like the minimal number of things in these class definitions is actually better. Like, well, you could do a giant, import, but it's sort of like keeping track of exactly what you're using and only what you're using. So divs. We need L. Div. View. We got view. Got some evals. Alright, I think this should work. So I think maybe do we want to auto render this thing? Not sure. I think usually we do. Start render. Render. We could extend view, but let's not. This dot view equals div.c code editor. Sure, why not? Do we need a handle on it? It looks like we might. Let's just call it a view. And then, for whatever reason, we're creating the references up here. So the editor down here is actually the text area, which is kind of silly. Let's just go. Do we need a separate wrapper? Well, I think part of the reason why I added an extra wrapper was for a error. Well, so the error is now on top, but I did have it like separate from the thing itself. I guess we can do that. Maybe instead of auto, it's just called layout. It's kind of an auto layout. It would make more sense to call it a layout. It's kind of, I don't like Flexbox at all, and so I'm not sure if that's the right way to go, but let's pull up my, did I put that in the framework CSS? Where is that? Framework CSS. Alright, let's, should I change this? Fuck. Where is it? I think it's only on that test page where it's using it. Let's go to test page real quick. Before I do this, and change auto to layout. Did I use the layout function in here at all? No, I didn't. So I think that makes more sense to me. Do we have auto anywhere else? No. Let's actually just search the whole damn thing for auto, just to make sure I didn't use that somewhere else. Auto, this is all CSS, autos, auto, CSS, something else. Aha, there it is, but that's gonna change. Code editor, the only other one, which we'll find in a second. I believe we haven't used that class anywhere else. Could be wrong, might be breaking something, but I don't see it. Wait, there it is. I copied it over to the 3D scroll page. Whoops. Fuck. But it's also kind of embedded on there. But should I go change that real quick? Let's see if we can change it. Where's, how do I, let's change it to layout. Well, we should actually be able to just remove these if we, and then where was this one? Yeah, so the The layout doesn't by default have, where was my framework CSS? The layout by default doesn't have a gap to it. I guess that's fine. Have to add gap, or should the layout automatically come with a gap and then you could no gap it? Yeah, I actually don't mind doing that because I think it's more common that you're just trying to rough something in. No, it's easy to add gap, layout gap. All right. This would be layout. Did we change the 3D scroll example? Layout, layout, layout. Okay, I think let's just check that real quick. It's not rendering properly for whatever reason. I'll have to, oh, because I deleted a bunch of CSS. I think we just need to add a, also trying to figure out why the BG on the whole friggin', oh, it's because of this. Blue 42, line 20. Yeah, I kind of don't mind that. Adding a BG class to just make something the BG color is kind of a nice, simple way. And so making the, yeah, let's change the background to just called full background. That would be Lou 42 CSS. This one will stay, and then this one will be called background. And then app render background. All right. Now we deleted our card or whatever on there. Root pad. Should we add like a page class there to make it have a background, or light class? Which I think the light class is. Let's just test it. I feel like it should be like BG light. But I mean, these could go in something like this, like BG light background P. But I don't know if I want to do all that. So let's go to the 3D page, and on the thing here, let's just add this because it works for now, and now you can see it. I don't think adding like white to it would work actually. We could add that, but yeah, whatever. Okay, let's go back and try and figure out what we're doing here. I was trying to make this code editor and move all this code up here and kind of refactor it a bit. So here I think this.view.layout equals, we just shorten this to view.layout because we got that handle now. C layout. So is that gonna break shit? Let's go to framework, ext. We don't have a page yet. New file, page.js. Where's my little, all right, so where do we want to import these from? On these pages, from the root app is not the way, I don't think, because I don't know if we can rely on that app. Yeah, maybe we can, and then it just kind of works with whatever site you're using. That's actually kind of an interesting idea. Is like, so my first thought is like, well, the framework should be independent of this root app, which is outside of the framework folder. However, if all the apps are kind of configured to work the same way, where number one, you have a root element that is kind of where you dump your content, and then maybe it's assumed that any framework site has a root app, and that could be, like a default could be defined for you in any starter repo, and that default app could be, it could be the same thing as the framework app or whatever, but instead of using the framework, having a separate framework app instance, that could just get things confusing if you accidentally import. Well, I don't know, having two apps just seems like a bad idea. I think I've ironed out some of the like double socket issues or whatever if you have two apps, and I do kind of want to have support two apps at some point, but I don't think that's really what you want here. I think you basically just want to render your standard site. So that's the thing. If it imports the root app, then it'll import any navigation and theming and whatever you have, and so it'll act like any normal page on your site. And so that might be what you want, even if you've customized it, as long as you haven't broken it. So maybe it's not actually a bad idea to just import the root app on a framework page, even though it's like framework. So on a CDN, if you imported like extension page, then it's going to try and import this root app, and so that's not going to work. It would have to be, you could use a relative, like dig all the way up to the root app, but that would be weird. I'm not sure if that's the right thing. So you probably just couldn't import the docs, these, extension pages on some sort of like external, like CodePen or something. But I think that's an acceptable loss, so let's just go ahead and take something like this, code editor page. I guess we'll bring in the app and everything. App.root.ac light add framework ext code editor. We also need to squeeze it. See, this should just be the page. Yeah, and center squeeze. Something weird's going on with the sidebar, but whatever. Yeah, so like a root page could just be, I don't know, should it be centered or not? Kind of think it's better to center it. So should that go in the framework? We could have some basic root styling here in the framework. I don't know. So far, well, no, maybe all that. So I was thinking the framework could have a root, but wouldn't necessarily need a header and sidebar and everything. But I mean, these root styles could be. So I was thinking root light is sort of this background EE, I think is what that is, right? Root light, yeah, okay. We could have root squeeze as max width 60M. Frankly, squeeze could just be BM. And then center squeeze could be margin left auto, margin right auto. And we could add in, mix in root page to these. Root page. So this is basically BG light and root page. Whoa. Okay, so oh yeah, and root pad. And we could just have this pad class be 1M. Oops, padding 1M is just a quick kind of utility, but then root pad could be, what is it? Root pad. Ah, yes, it's responsive fork. Well, I guess we could move that over. Move 42, all this root pad squeeze, root, I guess this whole bit here could be part of the framework. I don't know how to organize that better, but squeeze and center I think are fine. Root pad, yeah, and then I guess this could also be root light. So you can don't have to put BG dash light, but sort of the same thing. All right, so now we have kind of a modular root element. We can throw different shit on there. Hopefully that works. And then not sure what's going on down here. So I was using the footer. Okay, let's just change that to, I think it's this app footer div.c footer. I don't think that's actually going to fix it though, because I think my styling was based on, but we could just add BG here. Boom. Okay, and so this code editor should be, code editor page should be just root page. If you want a page, just add the class page. Kind of like it. It's pretty minimal. Minimal setup. You could either do full screen or this kind of squeezed thing. Now the footer down there, the footer should hide, I think. Whoops. Why doesn't that work? Oh man, I broke it. Whoa, what? Whoa, what? The hotkey doesn't work. Why not? App. Did I switched over to the render, right? This dot load. I think we'll try and clean this up real quick. We're not using these anymore. Let's just get rid of them. Why? There's something weird going on here in the socket. Not sure what. I think it used to have something to do with the DevTools being open. Yeah, it's like switching the tab. If we close this, doesn't help. the nav state is not working. Is it because we set that all up in here? Yeah. So we need to just call this, I think, from, whoops, copy it, render. Maybe that will work now. Yay! Oh. And the nav state, the side nav is now located. This is not side nav. Return this side nav. This is a hack, but we need it. Where's the side nav method? Nav state method. This dot side nav. This dot side nav. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. And I think we'll hide the. Should we hide the footer? Footer's kind of cool, but it's not really useful. Let's just hide it for now. I think it's this dot footer. This dot footer dot toggle. I actually don't like these. I should probably create a nav state CSS and link this all up. When you start using my toggle method, doesn't always work all that reliably, but okay, that's kind of cool. We could even do a right sidebar and all the shit. Okay, so now we need to get our editor. Whoops. Whoa, that's crazy. my hotkey in VS Code makes a new column. View, editor layout, new column. Split up. Control K. It's not this one, it's just, I don't know. Anyway, control backslash made a new column. That's pretty cool. So what was I doing? I want to make one of these over here. So I could use test blocks, but I don't know how I feel about that. It is kind of what I want, but they're not like responsive, or they're not the right layout. In fact, this whole page thing with it squeezed too much, might need to rethink this page, not make it a page. Because, you know, I was thinking that these blocks here, why is it doing that? Test page, test page, CSS, layout. Why is this hover on everything? It's not on everything, it's only on this one, class layout, as it should be. Oh, I still have this in Loop 42 CSS. That the layout class is now being repurposed, and this one, I guess UX is fine. There's probably not a better, I don't know if I'll ever have something else for UX, but this is just sort of, I don't know, layout might be better. Something else could be better, like, could just be a box class, make it look like a box. Or C. I was thinking C, but whatever. UX. So these, I was gonna say, aren't big enough. Also, I don't know, should the code be smaller? See, the problem is on mobile at 1M, whoops. Whoa, alright, on 1M on mobile, once you get around 400 pixels, which mobile usually is, then you get all this wrappage. And getting this all onto one line means you gotta go so small you can't even read it. So some wrapping, I think, is natural there. It'd be cool if it wrapped like with the indent. I could try and make my own code formatting so that it would do that more. Like, do it properly. So each like line would be kind of a block, and then I could get it to wrap with indents and stuff. But that's all way down the road. Maybe, I don't know, maybe having some sort of responsive padding where, I don't know if it's a percentage here would work, so that it just snugs up real close and helps in that regard. I mean, making it small I don't think is the right way. That's just way too small to even read. It's already pretty small. I mean, it is 16 point font, right? Now it's 13. Wait, what? This isn't monospace. Oh, this is a text area. So I need to get it off of monospace because it's fucking it up, and it is too small. All right, well that's gonna make it bigger, but I guess that's okay. Where is my text area? I think it is the framework where I put that shit. I guess put it in the framework. Whoa, this is still there. Now it's 16. Well, so now it's even bigger. Now the problem is worse, or at least very hard to read code when it's. So it could side scroll. Could we do? I don't know if it would be on this one. Overflow X scroll. Doesn't allow it to grow. I don't think this is gonna work. Overflow X scroll. It does put a scroll bar, but it doesn't work. Well, for this one to scroll, would this one have to be hidden? Or auto? Doesn't seem to work. But I could probably get it to work where it side scrolls. I mean, definitely could shrink up the horizontal padding. Definitely could reduce the font size. But still, you're going to have wrapping issues. Like, there's no way you're going to get long lines of... Well, and so then you could unbox it where you, like, give it a margin 0. Well, it shouldn't be 0, but margin left -10 pixels. It's not exactly what I was... Oh, this is on the wrong thing. This whole bit could be whoops, margin left -10 pixels, kind of go full width. I mean, I would lay it out differently so I would actually like do that. And so that's actually not a bad idea. You can still kind of tell that there's like these code blocks and whatever, but still I mean, now it gets this line, but it's like, okay, with two tabs, especially with the bigger tabs, I could change the text area's tab size to tab size 2, but that doesn't work. Why doesn't that work? It might have to do with, wait, what? That's crazy. Why does it? It seems to have. It probably would work, but it seems to have generated spaces for the tabs, which is kind of crazy. So, yeah, I could definitely shrink up the tabs just so that it like fits a little bit better. Is there a line height on this thing? This is really cramped. Line height 2. Boom. Probably more like 1.5 or 7 or something. Doesn't need to be that tall, but it does kind of help it breathe. But it feels a little bit too tall. Maybe 1.5. Keep it snug, but give it a little more breathing room than default. So all those things could kind of combine to make the viewing. So this is 350. Ideally, we'd be more at like, I think they're often like 370 is kind of a minimum. So there's still going to be wrapping, and I could try and keep that into account when creating these little bits that on mobile it's just going to be harder to see. So a thin sidebar, or scroll bar could definitely. Can I put the whole thing on body and it cascades? Scroll bar width thin. No. So this is on which element? The background scroll bar width thin. Does that actually change the width of the background from 370 to 370? Really? Doesn't it make it bigger? Looks like it's bigger. Maybe that's the outer width. What's this one? 355? 360. So yeah, it adds 5 pixels of space. Not sure if that affects mobile. Maybe the mobile scroll bar renders smaller by default or something, but that's kind of nice. I was also thinking you could maybe even get the content to slide underneath the scroll bar if you wrapped it properly and used some like negative margins, but that's probably a bad idea. I don't like how it's got that gap there for the scroll bar. It's kind of weird. I think it should be the same color. So the background should probably be background E. I think that looks better. Oh, it still cuts off these shadows. Kind of nasty. Fuck. Ew. Do you just get rid of the box shadow then? It's kind of part of the look. Especially if you go so full width on these that you can hardly tell what's going on. But man, that scroll bar styling, maybe it should just, if it's more like default, then it's. Let me look at my phone at a site and see what a normal scroll bar looks like. So on Chrome, at least on Google, the thing does, it's very small and it does disappear. Let's go to this web page. Yeah, it looks like well, let me go to my webpage because I know I didn't. Lou42.com. I know I haven't added anything. Homepage is broken, but yeah, it's super minimal and it's overlaid on top of the content. The content goes all the way to the edge. So maybe I don't have to worry about that. Well, let's turn on an emulator here. Boom. Yeah, it's like that. Exactly how it does it on mobile. So that's cool. And then it could be full bleed. It could have shadows that do just kind of run into the edge nicely. And so all the things considered for mobile, I could make these code blocks a little bit more readable. I don't know if doing like a no wrap and side scroll could be better, just so that like, does it get confusing to see like these, you know, it's not really clear what's going on when it wraps. And so side scrolling, let's see if there's a, let's just ask here, can you get a text area to not wrap and side scroll? I probably would only do this on mobile. White space, no wrap, overflow. I don't know if that's going to work, but let's try. What was it? White dash space, no wrap. Boom. It doesn't. Does it have a sidebar? Oh, it does. It does have a little minimal scroll bar on there. You can barely see it, but it appears and disappears. So that would just work on mobile. Oh, I'm still in emulator mode. Okay. There's a bigger scroll bar. So I don't really like code examples where you can't even see it, where you have to like, but I think maybe it's best. And so here's kind of another side effect of that, is like maybe the code editor shouldn't go split screen, or it should just be much bigger, because wrapping code, well, so at some point the code's going to get long, although I could kind of just keep it in mind, and when it does get longer, I could, you know, do something about it, like rewrite it in a way where it's not so long, just to make the examples not run off the screen. So I can't make the tab space responsive. You could refresh and it could maybe do that, but I'd have to like re-render the thing on resize or something to make it regenerate the tab sizes. I don't think I'd want to do that. I mean, I could do that, but it's a lot of work. How does, well, don't I have one on my home page? Where's my nav here? Don't I have a code pen thing? If this resizes down, okay, so they do wrap, but it does a per character wrap, which is crazy. It like, I don't know if that's better. It seems to be alright. I'm not sure if there's like a min width on this thing. Must be on one of these. Something in here has got a min width and preventing it from scaling down, but I would assume, I mean, that's pretty small font, right? 13. So I do think small is okay for code. Syntax highlighting is pretty cool, not gonna lie. They're using code mirror, it seems. I don't know. Implementing code mirror can be a big pain in the butt. Pretty big dependency. A lot of configuration, trying to get the layout to be responsive properly. That could just be a dive down the wrong rabbit hole. But I do need to figure out what I'm doing with these editor things, because they are cool and they are kind of integral to the success of my framework. So what can we do here? I think we leave the text areas. No code mirror, I think. The split screen view is not bad. Okay, if I want to go kind of full, like break out from the normal flow, I could definitely use up to like the full area. Now, if I actually just let it go full width, then that's not going to work, because it's going to get just absolutely freaking huge. I'm also kind of thinking that having a manual resize on these things could be useful, so that you can, especially like a multi-resize, so that you could have multiple examples and compare responsive systems on several of them at once. But all that's kind of, possible but tricky. And, well, let's think about this. I mean, if I use a combination of techniques, maybe tab size, probably not though, maybe responsive padding, font size, like reduce the font size and make it wider. Or, okay, so the alternative is you just stack it up. Instead of having columns, you just have each block be a big ass thing on its own. It would be harder to see multiple examples kind of in a stack like this to compare like first one to the second one and so on. If they were to stack vertically. I mean, you still might be able to see two on one screen, but the thinking there, at least on desktop, is that then each side, instead of having the columns, each one would be full width, and so there'd be less wrappage problem. Could I just do that real quick by removing the layout property? Yeah, I'd have to fix the layout so that fills, but that's generally the idea. Probably switch the order so the code's on the bottom, maybe, just for mobile, and I don't know, just generally I kind of think having the code on the bottom makes sense, but it could go either way. I'm not sure on mobile if you had the code on top and you clicked into the text area. I think the keyboard would go like, it would like, I don't know if it re-scrolls, but the text, I think the keyboard goes right on top of the view. And so it would be harder to kind of like see what you're doing. I think what I would want potentially is like on mobile, if you could go thirds, like the viewport on top, the top third, the code is the second third, keyboard pops up for the bottom third. I'm not sure exactly how to get that working. But man, I'm thinking this through way too far ahead. I think, just getting something kind of working so people can deal with it as they want. And then, I mean, on mobile, people are probably just going to be reading examples. They don't actually need to edit it so much. Unless they really wanted to. So, should I go full width? Or should I just try and, I think just breaking it out, let's reset all these styles. I think just breaking it out into into wider, like, kind of breakout areas. Should it also have a max width? Maybe that's kind of the thing. This one has a max width of 60M. So that these things could then kind of break free and be more like, so that they would have to be, we would have to rewrap every single non-breakout section, and that that would be kind of a pain in the butt in order to have those be wider. Now what I could do is make them viewport width units so that they're, but then are they gonna go potentially conflict with the sidebar? If you take shit out of the flow and just make it resize however it wants, then you have to be very careful about resizing it to every potential size and aspect ratio and see how it works. I mean, so like getting the extra space, you know, allows us to unwrap essentially. Instead of having it wrap onto the next line, and it looks pretty cool. These can go full, but then, you know, it gets chopped off. It doesn't know how to undo itself. I mean, I could like hack it around, but and only let it do that on big screens. But like here, you know, I'd have to hack it around all the way down. It really only works well above, you know, at like 1920 it works fine. 1920 and above it would work fine. Below that I'd have to redo it, reconfigure it a bit. So I'm trying to think through a way where you could have these breakout sections that that can respond to, I don't know, like a container. So again, the way to do this with, well, and to get this little, each one of these paragraph sections could be like one of these squeeze pages where it's actually like a full width section. It just looks like not a full width section. Is that going to be a problem with the shadow? Maybe. Could I use like a background that's like a background layer underneath this, and then the top layer is all transparent and only the background layer is well, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if it's worth it. I could use like -10%. Could that be more acceptable? No, it stays the same. It's -10 VH, or VW rather. Ooh, okay. Kind of grows, shrinks, works, doesn't work. Could have a breakpoint there. But it's very dependent on the width of the sidebar. I don't really like this potentially bad layout. So it could just be above this point, Well, first it could be. Well, let's just say. At first it could be much less. To just kind of hover over the edge a little bit. I mean, that already helps. Doesn't fix this one entirely, but at some point it does. But that's really big. Also, I could create different kind of breakpoints so that the break, give it a class breakout and set some points so that it kind of. I mean, this actually just works, even though it chops it off. It's not a terrible spot to chop it off. Now the wrapping is unfortunate. Should probably have some font scaling to get below. It's probably 16 still. Where's the font size? Oh, there, 16. Yeah. Could mess with the padding. Could make it grow more up at the higher ends so that it gets even wider, so that it unwraps. Could even keep the font size a touch smaller just for readability. I don't know, do I need the split screen mode? Because it could just be way easier to keep it boxed and put it on a separate line. My brain is slowing down, folks. Got all the time in the world. And these do look kind of cool. Why do I feel like it's not equal widths? Are these equal widths? 641? Okay. For some reason it felt off further to the right. Like bigger left column. I mean, I will say these breakout boxes look kind of cool the way they stick over the edge there. It's just an uncommon effect. And I could definitely hack them around to make it work. Now, it doesn't completely fix it, or at least for some of these examples, they're kind of I mean, this one code maybe should be I am a div. Maybe it should be capitalized properly. I am a div with a CSS class. I guess the wrapping's not a big deal, right? Especially for just text. When it comes to code wrapping, it gets a little bit crazier, especially when you have code inside of code, but that's an advanced example that I probably shouldn't even reference at the beginning. And a lot of the code examples could just be actual code that, you clone the repo, you browse to the page, you open the code in your browser, or in your code editor rather, and you see it all syntax highlighted and editable. And rather than putting it into one of these, these are mostly just for learning, for people without the setup to get a taste for how simple it is to use. So it is just kind of like a temporary rig. Um, I think the responsive error thingy goes kind of in the wrong spot. Well, why is my sidebar broken? Directory has the background. Side nav is not growing. The left sidebar is. Can the side nav be height 100%? I don't think it's going to work. Height 100%. Oh, it does. Okay. Left doesn't have any height to it. I'm surprised that works. Usually it doesn't, but it's kind of cool that it does. I mean, that's quick and easy way to do it. Guess I would copy that over to, I believe it was in here, side nav. Is it just this one? Height 100%. Yeah, framework, code editor. All right, let's see what we can do here. It shouldn't be that hard to just get this thing working and figure out all the fucking nuances later. So I think we want this dot text area. I guess we'll give it the editor text area class for now. We'll pass in this dot code. And then spelling check. Okay, and then this dot update equals this date. So this would be this dot text area. Viewport is what now? This one, this dot viewport is gonna go in the layout. This dot this dot viewport equals something like this. So I feel like we need a wrapper around the text area. Isn't that kind of? Generally like to avoid extra wrappers, but I just feel like it's that. Man, what the fuck should this be called? Let's we just call it. No, editor's a bad word because it's not. It's just a wrapper. This wrapper. Text here it goes. In the wrapper. We're gonna have to reconfigure that with CSS, I think, but viewport just has content div, which I think gets nullified immediately. This is just sort of a so the update replaces. No, so we need the content there initially just to have a div to replace. Okay, and then so update. We need all these to be this dot viewport, this dot viewport, this dot text area, I think, and the error is. I think maybe we put error on. I think maybe all these. Now the view doesn't really need to have a $sign, but maybe these should. I don't know. I'm kind of deviating from my general deal here. I mean, calling it a $sign view is a little redundant. Obviously, a view is a view. But I guess it helps you know that it is a view that we've. But then, you know, especially for the error. But let's just leave it like this for a second. And got all those figured out, I think. Content is a new thing that we don't need there. Alright, and then when we're rendering, we can render the error. How does that lay out? I forget. Let's see if there's CSS hint. It's positioned absolutely. I don't know if that's a good idea. It kind of just hovers it. And it looks kind of cool, but, well, maybe I can figure it out. Let's see. Am I using that status bit there? I don't know. Editor. Is this their status? I hid that one. Okay. I guess we'll do this. Just bring this up here. This does go inside the view. And this here. I'll just call this error.icon. But I update the message, don't I? This .error.attribute title. I think that's fine. Doesn't have to be on the icon. Okay. I think that should work. Alright. And then we call down here we can call this update. Alright, let's give it a go. We need to import code editor from codeeditor.js. New code editor. Error. It's a bad, I guess we'll put a $sign on this one because it's such a bad, I shouldn't name a view dot error. Alright. Okay, we don't have any code. Code. Okay, got a JavaScript error because we didn't write proper code and we have no test styles. So let's copy these. Are these still working properly? They are. Could potentially leave them, but I think maybe I'll just shift all these over, or maybe just leave it. But let's bring in a code editor. New file. Should it be capitalized? Code editor.css? Why not? Paste. No, this is a test. This is a code editor. This is a code editor error. Do we have, alright, first let's do, we need the app. We need to import. Can we get app from here, or does it have to be the default? Okay, it's there. App dot style sheet. Let's use import dot meta and code editor. Oh, CSS. Boom shakalaka. Alright, what are we missing? Well, we don't need the status. This should be the code editor import. Code editor text area. So now let's fix this up. Code editor layout error is fine. Yeah, that's doing what it's supposed to. Why is the background on this so dark? Where's it even coming from? Code editor, background is dark. Page has no padding. The page has no padding. The page has padding. Can we just make this width 100%? Kind of like that. But why is the height a problem here? Is it because this is just propped way open? What if we make this flex? Display flex. Now it pulls it open. Boom, 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 boom. Wait a second. It doesn't pull one side open, it shrinks the other side. The fuck? Why is this propped open then? There's nothing even in there. Oh, there is. It's weird as hell, man. What is that little area down there for? I I guess we're just gonna flex, cause YOLO. YOLO. Okay, fine. We don't even need wrapper. Well, I guess we do. Just add flex to it. Keep it simple. Oh, we needed text area width 100. Code editor CSS text area. 100%. Alright, that works for now. Now what we want is, alright, I think what we want here is we want to import, alright, first we want to export from view an element called pre-encode. Code. Pre-code. And then save that. And then in the code editor, we're going to import. It should just pass right through, I believe. Code. And then in here, probably underneath, we're going to say code.edit equals function. It's basically just one function, right? Yeah, just the code. Code. And then return new code editor code. So then get rid of this test function here. I don't know why I'm editing this on two different tabs. That's where I noticed it. We can get rid of these guys, I think. Whatever, we'll leave it for a second. Code editor. So now we can import code from app and make, if all went well, code.edit give hello world. Wonderful. Oh man. That's pretty cool. Nice and clean. Still not loving the scroll bar on the side nav there. It's also got a side scroll bar, which is not ideal. Can we turn it off? Yeah, those motherfuckers. It's not flex. Height 100. Maybe it has to do with that. No, it's not scrolling. Even when I turn that on, it's not scrolling. It's because it's maybe this one needs to be height 100. It is height 100. this one just be giant? Yeah, it is growing, but okay, what if this left needs, instead of height and 100, some sort of overflow? Side nav, overflow, Y, auto. God damn, guys, why? This one's bigger. Maybe the scroll needs to not be on the side nav, but the left. So, auto. Whoops. Oh. Auto. Control A. Auto. There we go. So side nav doesn't need anything. It's the left that needs overflow auto. Crazy. And to get that thing to work properly, let's go into our loop 42 side nav. I think we'll just put it here. Where's kind of that layout stuff? Side nav. Looks like this isn't gonna work anymore. We need to clean up all these cards and shit. I'm just gonna comment this out, which didn't work because of this thing. Okay. I don't think we want that anymore. Gotta harmonize all that bullshit. So I did have some framework stuff for the layout, didn't I? Left, right, root, bullshit. So there's a bunch of root stuff here. I could do like this app. Well, no, I don't really want that. The root can work without the sidebar. I think didn't I? Oh, up here, root main header. I think it's something like, yeah, these should probably be way up above. I don't know what I'm doing. App main, app header, app main, left, overflow, auto, scroll bar width, thin. No? Why the fuck not? Left. Side nav, side nav, side nav. So I think rather than this be white, we just make the left white so that the scroll bar covers it. Alright, we want overflow Y auto, and overflow X should probably be hidden. Overflow X should probably be hidden. Jesus Christ, man. Can you do a combo? X, Y? Hidden. Auto. Huh. Look at that. Learn something new every day. Okay. Yeah, should probably do something about that. I don't really like the scroll bar either, but whatever. Kind of works. Okay, so page code editor. Look at that. H1 class code editor. We did not import H1. We do not have enough padding margin on the H1. Margin. Yeah, I don't know. I've gone around in circles on these so many times. Should this be a little lighter? I already kind of boosted this up, it seems like. It's 92, about 95. Just makes it a little bit better. 96. So you could still do div hello world style background white. And you can kind of see it, but if you make this more like, you can make it darker, then it's harder to read. I don't know if I like it darker. I don't know. Either way. The idea was that, so now it's got a lot of shades of gray in there. It's 92, it matches the background, and I need more shadow to kind of separate it visually. That's kind of what my eye is straining to see. If I brighten it a little bit, it makes that separation better. And part of the idea was that you'd be able to see a white thing if you put it in there, but I think I'm worrying too much about all this nonsense. I'll just make the viewport F0. Viewport F0. Alright, fine with me. So I don't know why this margin bottom on here is pissing me off so much. Could definitely go more, but that's only going to work in rare cases where, like, so we do like a P. This is the code editor. And we lost our extra margin. So if we jack this way up, then obviously that doesn't work as well. And so this actually doesn't look terrible. It's kind of got that rhythm to it. But you know, all these, I think my typography is getting a little complicated. I don't know, it's not terrible, but maybe we just needed a little paragraph in there. Now, could we put a code editor in a code editor? That would be kind of crazy. This might blow up my computer, but quote. Now, does this work? That's crazy. But this one kind of broke, so now when I do this, it's going to reset it. Yep. That's wild. I thought maybe it would just recurse and make so many of them that it would blow up, but alright, so the code wrapping kind of sucks, but I don't know. Maybe live with it. So yeah, fixing the contextual sidebar to be like, should this one be, I would guess here we would want just children of the framework. But I don't know if I can do that with one single rule for all pages and all depths. Does my draggable still work? Thought I had multiple pages in there. Booyah. Booyah. Bump, 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 bump. Bump, 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 bump. Deeper. Higher. Deeper. Higher. In and out. In and out. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Cool, man. Cool. Start documenting all these things. So putting all the test examples into these edit blocks is I don't know. I'm not sure if it's the right thing. Sometimes just putting it on a page is fine. Like, do you need all the controls around it? As long as you can see what it's doing. Okay, so should I include the code editor in the app? I mean, it's like 60 lines of code. It is an extra style sheet. It is an extension. So maybe if I want to use the code.edit function, I have to import code editor. It's a little bit of a wonky workflow. Maybe I should just export the edit or this function here, and then when you import, first you'd have to import it into some variable and then assign code.edit. I just like the code.edit function because it's just kind of like a cool spot to do it. So yeah, I mean this one still works. Do we throw an error? Does it really bomb out the whole thing? Why? Did we not try and catch? Update. Try. It shouldn't do that. It really shouldn't. Why is it doing that? Why would this error cause paused the whole thing. I don't think it did that before. I thought I had some. Does it do that for code edit? I would assume so. Error. So yeah, it prevents the next one. Let's ask. When you have a try catch block and properly catch an error, why does it cause the rest of the script to stop? Yeah, I didn't think it would, but I'm really not sure about this. You could just debug it. Wait, what? No way, bro. What the fuck? There's some. Could this just be a bug? No way, man. How is this not debugging? This is all running. How is this not? How is this not working? That's crazy. How? I don't have anything in the page source framework. ext code editor page. Friggin' break already. Holy shit. It doesn't. I just skipped it. Did I turn off breakpoints or something? No, I don't think so. This is wild. Let's do this, Does that work then? Still no. This. Still no. Whoa. What the fuck is going on here? So confused. I don't think. Where is this? AI assistance? No, get the fuck out of here. So confused. Control Shift R, hard refresh. What in God's name is happening here? There's something really crazy going on my whole fucking website now. What the fuck, man? Alright, we're gonna restart. Okay, motherfucker. Oh my god. So maybe eval just fucks with some internal state or something. Alright. 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 Sanity restored. Fucking Chrome. Jesus Christ, man. Driving me crazy. Well, there's proof that sometimes you think you're crazy, and anyway, do I dare turn this back on? Okay. Do I dare turn this one back on? Okay. And this one? No. And now I probably just bugged it out the exact same way. Is it possible that the air variable here is doing something stupid? Well, let's turn this off and see if the next one runs. Okay. But like, I want to debug this thing. Dare I put a debugger here? Alright, thank God. And then one of these. Alright. That's what I was trying to do before. Step in, step in, step in. Update. Render. I think we can step over this. And then we want to go update. I think we can step over that. And now we want to go eval this thing. Step out. Step out. Wait, what? Oh, the eval happened in the thing. Alright, let's refresh. Now I should be able to... I think we just play until we hit the debugger, then we play one more time and hit the breakpoint. Now this one is the one I'm not sure about. It should throw an error, right? I think we want to step in. Error. I guess step in again. So I think we're still in eval. Name, title, value. Oh, this is something about call stack. Update. Alright, so somehow we jumped from the eval down to here without even hitting this one, which... Okay. So, I mean, this should all run properly. So let's just keep, I guess, step out, step out, step out, step out, step out, step in. Why would this not work? It's possible it never worked before when, you know, there's some error-prone code. Alright, I'm going to get rid of this. Well, no, I'm going to change this to something that works. And now it should just work. Let's, whoa. Can I not get rid of that? Play. Okay. This should work. This should work. Now we put an error here, and this should still work, and it does. There's just something really weird with it not continuing on here. I could try and wrap like this in a try catch. Because I think this like bubbles out. But I really don't know why this wouldn't continue. Maybe I don't worry about this right now. So I'll make a note about it. For some crazy reason, when erroneous code goes in, subsequent code edit calls for script. Maybe there's something fundamental about catching errors that have something to do with. I mean, the capturing should still leave the same element on the captor. So even if it ran later or something, I don't think it should switch that. Like, I can just code edit error. Code edit. Dish fine. And then we uncomment this. And we get the error, but it doesn't keep going. Uncomment this, and it will render with an error, but then the block below fails for reason unknown to me. Okay. My goddamn. This one. Was it 50 or 80? 80 code border 0.2. Much better. Okay, so that's kind of silly. A lot of time digging into something that I just can't fix, but we can go ahead and delete this page. I can't believe Chrome just stopped working. Like, what the fuck, man? Maybe there was another setting that I just couldn't find or something, but kind of crazy. Alright, so yeah, the usage of this one on other pages is going to be a little iffy. Have a page for the directory. Let's create one, new file, page.js. I guess we include this type shit. Sure. Ah, whoa. Oh my god. The fuck? Why is it not defined? New directory. Import directory. Is it not importing it because I didn't have that problem before? The fake. Oh, what happens if I do this? This doesn't throw, but this does. Did I misspell something? Directory. The fuck, man? Does it directory need? I don't think it needs any arguments. I think it normally takes a path or something. Initialize directory app this. Does it actually need the app? I don't think it does. Maybe it does. This app. I don't think it does. It just loads that shit. So this is weird. Oh, fork. Okay. I know. Well, it worked. No, it didn't work on the other page. I would have to pass in the thing. And I don't think there's any way to really do it. Fuck, man. Fuck. That's crazy. It's not this scope that the code evaluates in. It's the code editor scope. And so new classes just aren't available. That's a big old problemo. How could you fix that? Well, you'd have to call eval from here. And then you'd have to, well, you could wrap it. You could potentially wrap, like, maybe, I don't know if you could make an eval method. Let's see if that throws. Let's comment this out real quick. Code.eval equals function console.log eval. Code.eval. Eval worked. Okay. So we could add a code editor method called eval where we pass in a function. Now we have to call it eval here, but we could just do this a little bit here. Let's see if we can do that. Eval function it's sort of just this whole thing. Content equals new view that we don't want to capture, and call it content. Try content.append. Well, so how would that work on the initial setup? Good question. Well, because we'd have to get the string of code into the text area. We'd have to, like, pass it in twice or some shit. Wait, can we pass the Oh man, I'm just trying to think, like, without rewriting the code twice, you could do potentially something like this. Code goes here, the code comes back into the passed in method that goes then to eval. Oh man, I think it would work though. Let me see. Because the eval then executes in this context. Code.eval, code, eval, code. Alright, so function. Right, first we need the code, and then we need the function, and then we do our bit, but the. Can we render this thing without the code? Maybe. let's get there in a second. Let's try and figure this out. It's essentially like, can we just append the function? I don't think the context matters. And then, but we need to call the function with the code. So append, and then in here we call the function with the code. The function is the eval function that we pass in, and then or possibly I could just create one of these code edits and then append and then eval. Maybe that's way easier, but then the try catch error handling, but I could have potentially a different way to do this, but let's see if I can get this to work. Viewport content place content. Let's just copy this shit. I think I could use the maybe somehow harmonize these into so I don't have to repeat this, but I'm not going to think about that right now. I'm going to need the catch block. Then I think that's really it. So it's not code.eval, it's code. Well, it's really a new code editor. Let's just try this. New code editor dot eval code. Boom. Boom shakalaka. Code.eval is not a constructor. New code editor dot eval. Okay, undefined. What is it that is undefined, man? Okay, it's the original code that went in because we didn't update the shit. So I think it actually might have worked. Let's say console.log. It worked. Boom shakalaka. Okay. I like that. Gotta get all this logging shit out of here. App breadcrumbs is line 215 in the main app. Not that one. This one. 215. This one. Okay, and then I think it's because I'm on the directory page that I'm getting a double matching here. And so we just want to turn that off because I think it works. Directory line 170 and 175. 170 and 175. Okay, clean up that console. Alright. Code suggestions. Fuck off. AI is taking over. Pretty soon it's gonna wipe your butt. Alright, so where was I? Code, eval code. This seemed to work. This could probably be a one-liner here. Does that still work? It worked. And then, so I could create like a code eval kind of shorthand. So instead of code.edit.eval, it would just be code.eval, and then you call the same little bit. You have to pass in this bit so that it works. Well, so what needs to happen to get this to work instead? I think here we actually want to take the code and put it in the text area. this dot text area dot how do you set the text content? Gemini, where did you go? I thought you were with me. How do you set content of text area? Value. I don't know if I have a value. So I guess we'll just use text area dot L dot value equals code. Okay. Boom shakalaka. Boom shakalaka. Okay, so code dot evals not what do we want. What do we want? Let's go come down here and then we'll do code dot eval equals function code function return new code editor. I think we can just leave this empty actually, because it's going to update it once we pass it in. So, if this is set up to update, the update needs to switch based on whether we want to, we need to rerun the eval with new code. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. So, so maybe we just have like a should eval. Let's see, code and should eval should. And update if this dot should eval. We do this, else we do this. And so then we don't actually need to update this because it should come in the right way. Oh, sorry, this one. And then, so we don't actually need to have an eval where we pass, an eval method where we pass the, we actually probably don't even need this method here. Let's see if I can figure this out. Should eval, then we need to, so either way, we need to content dot, whoops, constant, let's just copy this, constant, content, and then, how do we have both of the tries kind of like, let's just call this external eval. External eval. Then this dot update. External. And that's going to do this bit. We need to pass in the content. this bad boy back together. So we do need to try and catch. Oh, so to do this properly, we just say we put this in there. If this dot external val, then this dot update external, else this dot. Well, I guess I could just. This is the internal one. I could just put this right. Put both of them right here instead of making. Yeah, this is way easier. Way easier. Way easier. Get rid of this one. Put this here. Put this one here. Okie dokie. Alright, now where does the function come from? Can the function be just a property? I think so. Gets assigned. External eval true, code, and function. Okay, so then this. Whoa, what is going on here? We don't need this. We don't need this. We don't need this. Move this back, down, and this dot function. And then so the code still comes from this text area. Keep it all in sync. I think that's what we want. And then either way, we do this one. Let's just get rid of this. And then in here, we do this one. Update. Done. Eval, no need, I think. Eval. Okay, so. Should this work? Maybe? No. Yeah, we don't have eval here, so it's code. And we need to get rid of this because that's overriding it. Code.eval. Alright, and then the moment of truth. Can we do a new directory in there, and then we would want to render it. Boom shakalaka. Bio break. So that's cool. You can basically now inject dependencies into the code editor. I didn't have that problem before because I was just doing it all in one file, and so like any defined variable in that file would have been automatically accessible. But now that I separated it out, directory wasn't defined in the editor, code editor page class or whatever. That's the whole point of this little bit. For this one, you wouldn't need to do the eval. Well, I'm gonna get rid of this because it doesn't belong here, but this could just be edit without this. Because it doesn't have any external dependencies. But if you wanted to, for example, const a equals a, put like a, wait, no, that will work. It would be like this. A is not defined. I mean, we just defined it, but it's not defined in the context that this is being evaluated on a different page, and so that is why this code edit new directory wasn't working. And so all we need to do is pass this little expression in. Basically the code goes in, and then when it's time to eval it, it goes into this bit, evals it here in this page, and then does its whole thing in the background. So yeah, that's pretty cool. Now, do I need these editable expressions here? Probably not. I wonder how quickly this I don't know, like, so this throws an error, but you can't even see it. The error maybe should be top right. Let's see if we can do that. I mean, it looks kind of cool down there, but was it the error? Let's use, instead of bottom, we'll change this to top. And then it goes up there. We'll make it a little bit further to just kind of balance it. Now, if it's a one-liner, that probably doesn't look right. Code editor error. I think I said this was top and about 0.55. So let's go back to the code editor page and just make an error. It's not terrible. Making it in the middle could be okay, but the problem is if you have like a long thing here, I think we'll just leave it there for now. And then, why? It's because it's positioned for, it needs to be positioned in the not in the root view, but in the editor wrapper. Cut, paste, fix all this crap, bring back, give it a space here so we can see what's going on. This should all still work. Still has the same bit here. Oops. Still has the same bit here. Why? The error is now inside the wrapper. Is it not? Well, it still has the same CSS. Okay. So I believe I had to make the editor position relative in order to get that to work. And now we want code editor wrapper, I believe needs to be one of these. Okay, so we're getting there, but we need it to be I think right is just like some spacing on the right side. Maybe that's it. Seems to work. Right, 0.6. Boom. 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 Okie dokie. Back to the directory page. What I was wondering is like, what kind of stuff. Ooh. That was kind of wild. Okay, so it goes from here to error to re-rendering. When I did that quickly, yeah, it kind of flickers at some points. I'm not sure exactly why. I don't know if. Why doesn't it empty it? Does the directory.render return anything? It does. Why wouldn't it empty it? Maybe because it updates after. No, it shouldn't though. It should be empty. It should be goddamn empty, mother truckers. No error. What the heck is going on? So that's the shift though that I'm seeing. Is that the footer jumps up, and the viewport goes to 0. And so that is a fundamental issue with this little code editor, auto height code editor, especially if it's rendering things that are bigger than itself, kind of like going to be lots of layout jank. Another reason why it's cool, but maybe not all that practical, especially for testing things. So it's sort of like, why do that instead of why isn't it friggin' empty though? It's not even going to be visible yet. Can we debugger this? Yeah. Why is that? That is the console drawer. What the heck? Get out of here, AI. Directory. Alright, stop views 0. Not empty. Why not? I have no idea what's going on here. Let me come back to this. Let's go back here. So I believe that's the one. There it is with no error. Get rid of that space. And I wanted to test though is like this dot empty works. It has something to do with it updating at a weird different time or something. Render returns the directory. Now it does update when the files get there. It matches and then empties each view. And then reappends all the files. And so when I render .empty, it should do the exact same thing. Crazy. Directory.view equals directory.render. Console.log directory.view. That's it. That's the one. Why? Why don't you work, man? This is one of those things I should just let it go, but it's really bugging me. There's no error. I should empty it. That's it. That's it. I was emptying the right view and it's just not working. What on earth is going on? Alright, maybe. Maybe it's updating again afterwards. Why would it do that though? Why does it update? When it's ready. Set timeout. What? What is this? What the heck? Oh, this isn't even used anymore. Should just delete that. This is an old bit that was like the loader. Do not want that anymore. Jeez, that's annoying. I think this is the problem, is that it is already fetched from the other one. It does create a new request, which is probably not ideal, but maybe it doesn't. It probably caches it and loads it pretty quick. But yeah, it does do this whole thing. Well, it has to. Then calls the update. That's what's going on. Okay. Crazy. But there's no sense in messing around with this. I guess that's kind of it. Alright. Not sure what these other ones do. I should probably just get rid of them. They're so close. do something with it. Using render 2 on directory 2. Let's see. Files, directory 2, render 2, uses update 2, which is basically the same thing, but it uses this dot dir. What is this dot dir? Here. Huh. But this dir is this dir, and it's a different one. Fuck. This is kind of the way that I wanted it to work, but I also kind of want to harmonize the actual file system dir and file class from these directory based ones. It's actually not that complicated. It just treats everything a little differently and uses the classes, which is a good idea. Let's see if there's anything else I can discover here. It's basically the same thing. Where's that site map? Isn't that the file? So it's only marginally different, and yeah, it uses the other one. Let's see about directory 3. Is there anywhere else here? No, don't think so. The heck does that one do differently? I don't know why I'm copying and pasting these things. So this one doesn't use these classes. It's using log. I don't know if it's loading anything. God, what a mess. Don't ever copy and paste code again. Holy crap. I don't know what I was trying to do here. Looks like a lot of the same garbage code. So maybe I could make another one. Directory 4. Let's try it. New file. This is a bad idea, but I'm feeling like it. Directory 4. So could I use this dir? This one uses the socket, which we don't necessarily need. It does some things that it probably shouldn't in terms of like trying to make dir. If it tries to load and or is that the file? If it loads and fails, it tries to make it. This one tries to load the directory using the socket ls, which doesn't really need to and performs a bunch of socket things. So this bypasses the app logic that only loads the socket with localhost, and so maybe I don't know if I want to. I don't know if that's good or bad or whatever. Kind of depending on the socket though means this isn't really gonna. Well, I'm doing anything automatically. So this does sets up a ready thing. Oh, it says this dot load. Okay, so I think the ls does a, let's just take a quick look at the server socket server ls. I would assume it's making the dir if it doesn't exist. Yep. So if it doesn't exist, no ent make dir, then build the dir. It's building an empty dir, but whatever. So it works, but all this directory stuff that is very socket heavy is maybe it is better to keep it separate. It's mostly like the path logic, the file logic, because like in the directory, when we build out this tree of directories, doesn't that represent the exact same files and folders and whatever? Now, I guess it's quite a bit different system. Like the directory data, just because the file and directories are there doesn't mean they're loaded, and I'm not sure if complicating that right now is a good idea. Now using these, this logic is so much different now that I don't know if I want to try and salvage this or branch it and do another version, which just makes it way more complicated. I have a directory 2 here. Crazy. Basically just copies the first one. But I've changed some of this stuff. So, why do I have so many versions? I don't know what was going on here. I don't know. So there's 2 directory 2s. Which one does the sitemap use? Maybe it's using a different one. That's just stupid, man. Oh no, this is the directory 1 folder and directory 2 file, so it's not the directory 2/directory 2. Jesus, I should just delete this. I don't know if it's doing anything useful. I mean, my main directory seems to be working pretty good. I don't think I really... Okay, so I put a parent reference on these things. I remember doing that. I think otherwise it's pretty straightforward. I don't know what this is doing. Get rid of these, huh? Now this it does do. Kind of complicated. That took a bit to figure that out yesterday. Did not really enjoy writing these, but it seems to work. So what does this one do? Is that used anywhere? Oh. Search the whole thing for the full path. That could have been useful. Okay, so the general idea that I wanted to address is moving some of this render logic to a dir or a file class, but I don't know. I don't really like having all the render view stuff in the class itself. I haven't really started making view classes, but that could be kind of the things that a directory class imports a directory view class, creates a new view from it. You could use different directory views for different outcomes. That would be the way to mitigate some of this complexity. Certainly is not a simple program there. Loads the directory, filters it down, sets it all up based on some complicated rules. I mean, this whole thing should be rewritten. Let me save this. Make sure it doesn't break anything. Okay. How would I redo it though? The filtering could be rewritten quite a bit better. The filtering and matching could happen at the same time. Not sure exactly the best way to do that. I think the matching is sort of like this. It's, you know, you gotta loop through the parts. And the way this is set up is it does use itself to kind of recursively dig, and it identifies the proper. I mean, I think it works pretty well actually. Maybe I just delete all the other ones and just stick to this one. Clean it all up, because this is fucking crazy. Alright. History is all there. Let's just do some surgery. Whoa, dude. I guess I was importing that one. No? Oh, from the main app? Wow, okay. That's completely unnecessary. No? Which file is that? Localhost app. Directory 2. Is that not this one? Where is it? Oh, whoops. There we go. Okay. I think it actually deleted that automatically for me. It just didn't save it. Crazy. So I don't think I'm using these. I kind of think I'm just gonna scrap it for now. I might bring it back because it's just too overwhelming, all this shit here. Alright, let's go. So this one should use an app. So this is becoming a familiar pattern now that I need to import the app class so that I can use app.stylesheet. I mean, maybe view.stylesheet is fine. Maybe I move all that style sheet logic to the view. It actually seems like a better idea rather than like import that app if I don't need it, because you could just completely make your own app and only use the view and kind of redo some of those pieces. But right now, this is how it works. Let's do import meta here. Meta should still work. Okay, let's get rid of these. Yeah, I guess that's the right path. Forget base. while we're at it, let's redo this. Constructor args object dot assign this args. Let's initialize. Boom. Let's go. Good. Can I help you? Keep walking in front of my screen. Alright, where was I? So, yeah, looks cleaner already. Highly, Giddy. Keep getting in the way, giddy. Trying to focus. Yeah, all these friggin' things just delete. I don't think this is used anywhere. Let's just chuck it. It's just messy. Yeah, I remember trying to do something with this. Servables. Hello. Georgetown. Hello?
We want to assure you that we are taking the situation seriously and following our established processes to address it appropriately. Thank you for your understanding.
let's think this through. The serverable thing it's about creating a savable object class where, kind of like my components or whatever, they just get saved to the file system. But then I was trying to figure out how to create like a server side version of a thing. And so this thing here has a base thing class that could have shared logic. And the server thing, which I suppose it could go in the same directory. I mean, it is. But like, the server does have to import this file, so it's a little bit crazy to dig into the public whatever, but I mean, it could go anywhere, but just keeping it next to this one's not a bad idea. And then what is this? This is the client thing. Yeah, so that's part of the problem, is that you can't extend I think this is where I just kind of fumbled with this, is that the thing, wait, so the base thing could extend savable? Okay, that's how you would do it. No, but savable is a client side thing, not a server side thing. So if thing should extend base thing, not savable. Otherwise, how do you get, this is what I was realizing, how do you get, it's almost like you need multiple inheritance. But the base thing could extend the savable, but then you'd have that savable class being imported on the server. What was savable even doing? It uses the socket to save, and so, well, so the server thing could then override the savable logic to then become a server savable thing. But the whole point of having, like, you basically need mix-ins to have a serverable, and this is what I got to, is like some sort of function based, I think this is a way to have multiple inheritance, right? Crap, how would that work? What do you pass in here? You pass in a class, and then this one extends it in a functional way. I think that is sort of like a mix-in, and you could potentially chain these things. I don't know if I like this method. It just looks really complicated, and I think at a certain point, creating a better mix-in system is really just a better class system. Maybe it's class generation, where I get to a point where I can make file templates and use logic to generate, or at least manage, the methods and method names, function parameters, arguments, or whatever, actual code, and then mixing and methods would be sort of just a matter of merging down, like so if you had like 12 classes you wanted to merge into one, you'd have to pick which method. If there's conflicting methods, you'd have to pick which one to use. So that could get a little tricky, but I mean, you could just manually craft a class using the prototype like this, just assign methods to the. It is one reason to have an assign method on the class, is to be able to do one of those. But again, this is way beyond my wheelhouse right now. I guess I'll save it just for shits. I believe the server is using server 3. Server 3 is using server 2. Server 2 is getting heavily overwritten, but it kind of sucks because there's just so much shit going on in here. Also, importing the base is just completely unnecessary. This can basically just be the constructor. Let's just do that. Pretty sure this isn't going to break anything. Constructor. Typo, and so we just initialize like this. Get rid of this. Okay, so yeah, the fact that server 3 extends server 2, and really we have seems like a fair amount of shit copied over. So the server 2 has the directory building. I really need to kind of rework some of this stuff, I think. Simplify, whatever. But don't really remember doing that. I don't know why I have a second one. Which one am I using? Build dirt 1. What is build dirt 2? Old file. What? I think I was trying to change it, but it's so close and yet I don't know. What was going on here? Let's do a find on this, see if it's actually, no, it's not even referenced anywhere. I think I might have been trying to rewrite it, or maybe this was the old one and I was switched over to the new one. But anyway, it's very similar and just enough different that it's kind of useless. I think when I was refactoring how this whole thing worked, I was trying to do it a couple different ways, but it seems like this just isn't. After both of these changes, let's restart the server and just make sure it still works. Okay. A lot of bullshit. Maybe I just start cleaning up all these old comments. Don't really remember what these are from. I think Chokadar changed its API at some point. Not sure what this was about. Some sort of ignore. So does server 3 override that one? God damn, there's so much shit going on here. I don't know, this auth stuff that I was doing maybe should be chunked out of here. Really not sure what the significance of the secret is here. It said you just make one up. Doesn't sound so secret. Well, I guess we'll leave that for a second. While we're deleting shit, let's just keep going. This was old news. Spent a lot of time on that bullshit. Don't think we need this. That's still sort of used. I think this is this actually used? I don't think it is. Let's restart the server to see if I can smoke out this bit. Whoops. Don't think so. So where was that? That was in some sort of server config. Was some sort of... So I think I might be able to just delete this file. I think I just backed it up because I didn't want to lose it. I could then rename this server and then rename this server 2 and then once again just get rid of this. It's a lot of changes all at once. I probably shouldn't do this, but server needs to import server 2 now, not server 3. Server 2 extends server. Definitely clean all that up. But what was it? Socket server needs to now have a constructor. And I don't think we're really doing this, but something like that. I don't think there's anything else that needs to be done there. Let's give it a little restart again just for be sure. Ooh. Server 2 has already been declared. Server 2. Import server. I believe that's the culprit there. Base not defined. Where does it give us a line? Socket server 88. Socket server 88. Constructor. I think this one does use this. Object at sign this args stuff initialize. Should work. Let's go. Okay. What else? Yes, I really don't think this is used. Let's just delete it. All the rest of these I think are kind of important. Oh, this was a Firebase thing, right? Yep. So I don't have a 404. Probably don't need a 404. I think you have to configure it with Express for it to even work. Topic warning page. I think that's a real page, or at least has content in it. All right, a little cleaner. Made a lot of edits without a backup. Let's go ahead and back it up. First we'll go back up all those. Whatever. Okay. Now I could or should do, could make an update. Let's see how hard that is. Cloud. Console. it? I think it's this one, right? SSH. So I think I'm going to need to restart the old thingy. But it's also possible that the PM will just do it automatically. Be interesting to find out. How many clicks does it take to log in, Google? Where do we go? Can we do it while it's running, or should I kill it? YOLO. Get status. Good. Gotta reset or something, right? So, what was the deal with like not trying to pull from? Let's just. Let's ask Gemini. Does a production repo stay on main? Alright, can you give me a short answer, Linus? My red made just a few changes that get dynamically rebuilt the server. I want to pull update from GitHub and I just discard changes. Let's get tracking those. I don't know. Yes, it is. So it's saying a get fetch. Fetch. Does it automatically pull origin? Okay. Get reset hard. Does that just work? Ah, yes. It's a different repo. Maybe the same thing. Get reset. Does that work by itself? Now the question is does it need to be I think it does need to be restarted. Yeah, this is old. How do we do that? Where's my thing? PM2 list. Sudo PM2 list. Sudo PM2 server restart, I think is what it is. Shouldn't PM2 restart? No, it doesn't crash. Okay, how to restart PM2? Can it be configured to restart and get restart name. Sudo pm2 restart server. I don't know what mode fork is, but I'm guessing. Oh, come on now. Did it not work? Am I on a different branch or something? No, main. Huh. What is... There's much fewer files in here. That would be a pretty... Oh, we didn't update properly. Alright, there we go. I don't know why fetch didn't work. I don't know why Gemini's an idiot. Alright, the directory is, let's just do framework first. There we go. Get Statsu. Alright, I think they're actually good. Now we need to do that. PM bit. Alright. Alright. Please? There we go. I don't know why it broke. Must be an error. What the beep? What is this coming from? Oh, fuck, code pen. Wait, no. Oh, code pen's using this JS deliver thing. Whatever, that's fine, I guess. Not sure actually what's going on there, but is my homepage also jacked? Because I refactored and didn't fix it. I'm guessing that's what's going on here. Okay, fine. I don't really care to fix my homepage. Maybe I should. Bam, identical. Not even a single pixel change when I tab between local and live. Crazy. Alright, so got all my fancy toys on a fancy website and what now? What now? Also, what was I doing? I was doing my code editor. It's pretty cool. Start trying to put that. But man, I got so many code thingies going on here. All these things. Module. What is this module? Draggable module? Jeez, I don't even remember doing this. What What is this bit? Well, let's rename this to page. Now this should load something. It's using the framework app. What happened here? Module, page, import framework dev app. I think just going with the app is not a bad idea for now. What happens then? ext module page. It's this one. Public framework. ext module page. Oh, maybe module JS uses app.dev. I don't think we want that. I don't think we should have the app in here. I think I used the bad import here. I think if we really want the app, which we might here for our style sheet only, which I can fix that at some point, this would be ... core app.js, I think, unless I did too many dots. Okay, there we go. Ah, yes, I kind of remember this. Huh. Oh boy. Value 399, right? Let's insert index of all these bits here, okay. Add. Item 1. Add. I think it's actually creating all these, isn't it? Refresh. Not all of them. It's because it's just not loading properly. 7, 8, 1, ooh. 9, 1, 1, 2, 3. So these are all items. I don't know if it's worth trying to dig into this. Make 10 doesn't actually call that. Module root. Why do I have two constructors here, Michael? Wait, how is this draggable if I'm not even importing the draggable? Do I have some sort of drag and drop logic in here? Huh. Wild. Jeez, this is a friggin' 500 lines of code here. What? I have no recollection of even doing this. Well, I sort of do. So I went through several iterations of the drag and drop bit, and then must have tried to I think what I did is I tried to combine them all into a module that would save and drag and drop and do everything all in one. And so that's where it got a little crazy. But I don't know if trying to get this to work is the best idea. I think I might leave it just for the heck of it. The lists. CSS has broken this because I used layout class improperly or whatever. Yeah, we definitely applied some new properties to the layout that weren't there before. This is sort of more of like a layout editor, but we definitely seem to have broken a bunch of things, which isn't good, but I don't know, I did make some potential progress. It's just, I don't know if I want to go back and fix these. Okay, the hash router apparently is using the core. Let's just get it from app.js seems like a better idea. Okay, and we're back. Hash pager. Where's the other page? There. Okay, there it is. Huh. Before I got a horizontal scroll bar, I think we want to do that, don't we? Overflow auto. Alright, so this one conflicts with these two, and I think we just want overflow auto. Yeah. It's not necessarily ideal in all cases, and I could hide it if some pages give me a problem, but I think in general, I'd rather be able to see if it's trying to do something like that. So maybe I'd go change or take those off line 50 in my CSS. So we have auto there, so we don't need these. Yeah. Hash page. Okay. File. Doesn't even work. Rename. Page.js. Refresh. Using framework app. Let's change this to just using the app. App.body. Whatever. This is fine, sort of. Test1.ext. So this, a log inside of an await, or after an await, is not going to be grouped properly. So yeah, to have that like grouped, console grouped properly would mean, I don't even know. I'm not gonna think about that. Console log file one. See what that looks like. File one, file data. So all the files are loaded as automatically as JSON, parsed as JSON. So, I mean, it may or may not actually just work. Like, how do we set the file data? I haven't used this thing in forever. I think it's actually used in several files to do some of the stuff, but yeah, all these friggin' comments. Oh my god. I know I've read through this a whole bunch of times trying to figure out how to make it better. But essentially, the data just goes onto the data property. Do we have the set methods here? I don't think we even do. I think the component that uses the files is kind of the next level of this, in that using the file by itself, I believe you do something like file.data.prop 1 equals 1 and file.save, I believe, would work. Whoa. Just kill this. Why did that happen? I think it's refreshing the browser once it saves. Why doesn't that normally happen when I do socket saving? Do I block reload? No, I don't think I do. I just write the file and it should reload too. I think what it's doing is just because it fires it on reload, then it saves and then reloads and saves and reloads and saves and reloads. Okay, so how do we could initialize a property like this so it doesn't chunk. Let's local host back. This was, let's just click through to framework ext file. Right. And then file 1 data prop 1. Okay. So it properly fetches the file and parses it as JSON, and we could do that with the flooring is cracking under the weight of my chair. I wouldn't expect it to do that, but I guess after I roll around on it so much, it's sort of comes with the territory. Let's see. Well, so still the framework is so far from the like usable framework that I've been kind of trying to get towards, and whoa, how did that get there? Now the framework itself is quite a bit cleaner. Can still kind of clean up some of these things. The question is, could I make the framework site look kind of more like this? Basically trim down the Lu42 site, repo, getting rid of most of the extras. The framework would probably just be the submodule still, but instead of having all these extra, maybe the assets folder stays there. Where do I load 3JS from unpackage? Okay, I think this is part of when I switched the dependency, I think that's where that console thing is coming from. Would be cool to get back into some 3JS. But what is this? Oh man. Why? Delete. it's saving at the wrong spot. What? How's there's no console log? Oh, I filtered by this thing. Okay. Localhost. Yeah. So we're fetching and presumably saving. Yeah. From the wrong spot. Why? I think it might be because I got rid of the started messing with the path setup. So I think I need to pass to path in. I think I need to pass in the so this one, yeah, this one's not actually saving anything. And it's saving it to the root, which I don't want. This down here, test one. Before I delete that and force a reload or whatever, I think we want to pass in the path. Now, this path is new path test 2. Does it create a test 2 folder? Framework test, no test 2 folder. I don't think it is. So this one just doesn't work. But I think if we had framework ext file test2, then it might work. Ext file test2 and then the name test2.ext, which is actually doesn't yet exist, but it might now. File, no, we would have to create the directory first. And the file itself doesn't have any, doesn't even import directory, does it? No. So, but I could create it like this, new folder, test2. Now I think if I reload, it might actually load it properly. Let's see if I created it. Booyah. Okay, that's cool. So then let's just delete this. For this one, this one, we need a path. Framework ext file. So now we get our test one, and how would that work? So it's gonna, I would imagine it actually loaded twice. I just didn't see it. It first loaded, realized this wasn't there, saved it, triggered a reload, loads again, it's there, it doesn't do it, and that's where we're at. So, alright, well at least it's kind of working now. Without a path, it treats it as a root, because without a path, it just uses an empty string plus the name, and then the URL is localhost origin window location origin. Does not have any trailing slash on it, so I add it and then add this. So this is generally, I think, the right logic. It's just taking a path, adding a name to it, optional path, add a name to it. It gets so complicated. I'm not sure if using some sort of path or URL resolve methods are smart. To be able to do like dots kind of wherever you need them, and joining the path parts properly, and but then handling like the trailing slashes. It's just such a nightmare. So that works, kind of barely. This is all just kind of like, it'd be really confusing for somebody to try and jump in and try and figure out what it's doing. I think simplifying it could be not terribly hard, but I have no idea what this comment means. I thought I had figured it out. So creating a different file class could be useful. I mean, maybe these comments are just confusing me more. Maybe I just need to study the problem again and let it resonate. Problem here is that the saving doesn't have a response. We don't know what happens. So what save sends off the socket after a timeout. And so my sockets, I did create a response cycle, so that's really what should happen, is the write command is sort of a request to write the file, and then framework relative files and path. Well, the framework shouldn't really have any data saved to it, as far as I know. Definitely need path relative files, but you don't want to have to add the path. I was trying to do automatic path with like window location, so that you could create a new file. So I just want to write code that doesn't execute. You can just put it here. Basically what I was saying then was new file name file name.ast should be path. Oh, what's good? So in the constructor, use window.location.path. I mean, that could backfire, but you could then hard code, like if you wanted to hard code the path just to be precise. I don't think you're really ever going to have a file like this where you just need to create a new file on a page. Like, that's just crazy. I think it's mostly that the file class is going to be a part of the whole file system, and then you'd rarely create a new file manually. I do have the directory class here. This guy that creates. This was like just a copy of the file class for a minute. Let's go ahead and get rid of base. This is easy upgrade here because I don't like that. Constructor. So this, like, path logic was kind of similar. I kind of struggled as I've reorganized this, how to make the paths line up properly. Yeah, the ls does the make dir, which I guess is okay. It's like load the dir, and if it doesn't exist, make it. I don't necessarily have a problem with it. Is that where we get the response bit? ls, this request. Yeah, so somehow. We need some tall systems. What's that? Yeah, the whole file system needs a rebuild. The whole directory system needs a rebuild. Socket system, it's all just kind of code that barely works. The component system here. Let's see if the component page will load properly. It's using the wrong app, so it doesn't really load properly. Page. Let's change this to using app.js. So I think my work on the whole path thing was kind of to get this to work, which is in a lot of ways a better investment than working on the file class itself. There's not much direct usage, I don't think. So framework ext component, and then, but it doesn't have a name. What is the file name if it doesn't have a name? New file. This dot name equals constructor to lowercase. Load file. Load file. This file equals new this file. I'm trying to remember what this is all about. Yes, I reuse these component methods this is basically this. I just loop through them dynamically so new ones get added automatically. But essentially we're just copying over prototype methods that are defined on the class and create them as sort of basically like static methods. So basically so the component class can have its own file. So what are the methods here? Set, load file. So we get a file. What does that file do? This is this. So I don't. This is bad. Like using this dot ready equals this dot file dot ready. It's just kind of a disconnection of the actual async flow, where like you're creating a new property that hooks into an old property that's not really clear exactly where it is or what it is and where it comes from. But this is sort of the magic of the bit here, where it half this method is just not actually doing anything. I have no idea. Let's slow down here. What's going on? Page, components. Does this work? Where is this saving? Component.json prop 5. Okay, so there should be a component right here. Now that I've hit this page, there shouldn't be here. Let's get rid of this. We don't want one. That's a root component. Doesn't make the dir because it probably should. So let's see if we configure that component. Yeah, so this is a bit here where we kind of create a directory for the component. It's just confusing, man. So, yeah, the creating a new directory for the component, that should probably be built into this whole path process, so that if a path is passed in and the dir doesn't exist, the dir chain really, like, that's kind of, it should come back to this dir class, and so should each file probably should have its own dir, right? It's probably a good thing to work on is file.dir. I don't really like the .dir, but you know, should every file have a dir? File .dir name. So that would be like a sibling of the dir. Like use this files directory and then create a new directory, and so it's a little. It'd be like if you had test file.js. Well, it'd be parent. Let's just type this in. Parent file.js name. You'd be going up to the files directory and then creating a directory essentially next to the file. But I do think it's not the worst way to go, so that whenever you're working with files or directories, they always have a .dir would always be the parent directory. Or should it be, maybe it's better to call it .parent to just separate. It is an instance of a directory, but so .dir file.parent.dir could be better. So could also be like, well, app.dir could be the root dir. .parent would be like the root, the repos. I don't think it would have, this dir would have a parent. So the dir doesn't have the root dir wouldn't need a parent. But all the other ones could. So like app.dir. This would be like the topic level pages. I don't really love it. It could be app.path. But okay, so all the file system stuff is kind of second phase 3 or 9 or whatever. So maybe I don't deal with this. Maybe I focus on focus should be getting a framework site working. Should the framework site have like a logo file? Could actually be double is the logo and the fave icon. And then I kind of feel like just getting rid of this if we're going to stick in this one, frankly. If we're just going to stick to so if we do this, we don't actually need this. It could just be this. I guess we'll leave that for now just because I don't actually think I want to use this. So that's like a sample app where you just import it, create one, export it, and export all the things. Core, I think we just delete this. Deleting a lot of shit when I go to. So this is the framework page, right? Okay. So that actually. Yep. Interesting. Kind of fucked the. What is all this old shit that doesn't work no more? What is this? kind of messed it all up. I don't know if it's because I, removed the background. I think I did remove the background from the directory. I could just put it right here. Background white. No? Is it because it's not? Whoa. What the? Oh, no, it's just other root. Oh, it's class root, then directory. We changed that whole bit, but I kind of like that better. Why no background? Background white. What the? Directory. What is going on there? Oh, here. Directory or background transparent. What the heck? No, I think well, okay, fine. Maybe that's supposed to be that too. There we go. It's for these little like pill things. Kind of weird, but we'll leave it for now. Yeah. So the question is, can I get I don't know why I copied all this over. I don't think I want to do this. I don't think I need this to work anywhere. I might just delete this. Like, it's just too complicated to have so many apps. Let's just get rid of this. We can deal with that later. Can always look it back up, I guess, on an old version. Alright, so just get rid of this. Hopefully that doesn't come back. And I set it up so that it has a path. Yeah. Alright, so I could update the framework sites submodule, commit push. See how that looks? Well, how about this loop 42? Also, the framework will then have the directory built in. Should we just use it? It's not going to build it per se, although I could dig out well, should I put a server file in there? Maybe I should. This server, can this server work without session store? I don't know if I've completely messed up my server. I think this should work without. What is this doing? Yeah, no, we don't do this anymore. Alright, let's compare these two. I'd like to be able to use the server one. This is crazy. This is basically the same. Send file. Alright, so this whole thing just needs to turn into this, I think. Copy. Paste. Looks a little bit better. Alright, let's just give this a whirl. So server 1. This is not a good idea, but I'm just going to... Wait, no, I need the whole server folder, don't I? I should probably make this like a separate repo. I'm not. I'm going to just copy, maybe, copy. So what I really should do is have my frame or my site extend the framework site. Although no, I don't really want the docs in there. It's just now maybe the server should just be part of the framework ext. That'd be weird though. It doesn't really matter if it's publicly hosted. Be a little strange. It could just go in the root. But that's also weird. So we're just gonna throw it in here. Paste server. Now we will need to get ignore. It's really just node modules. Ignore, paste, node modules. It's sort of like this simple one, right? Yep, ignore, node modules. Server. Ah, yes. Need this server to be more like this one, and it's got to use actually maybe I just want to use this one. Do we need to rebuild the directories? Actually, that's kind of handy. So we gotta do some surgery. Let's put this one over here. Let's open this one here. Try and compare. It's basically just the same thing. I don't even have dir name defined in here, so it wouldn't have even worked. Crazy. Think. This is a property of URL, I think. Should this be for see if the server will even start in this folder. Not this folder. I don't even have npm installed. Server.js yet. Let's give it a whirl. No way this works. WS. Did I delete that thing? I don't think I did, but it doesn't like the path or something. Yeah, because I'm digging through the wrong path, and this whole thing is just not needed here, so. I don't think it's even used. Socket server, framework site server, socket server. Can't find package cookie parser. Alright, wait, what? Yeah, we don't need to do this. I really need to build a better. What am I doing with the child process? I don't even know. Need to do a better. God damn it. All this cookie business headers, cookies. Nope. No session, no closing. Don't think we need that. No set server store. God damn it. What have I done with my server? So we don't need this. We don't need this. I think. God damn it. That one's an easy one. Control C. Public. This is from. What file is it? Framework site server 115. 115. All these publics are docs. Docs. Find this one. Docs. I don't think we need a framework directory. Let's just get rid of this. Yeah. Docs. Control find public. What? I thought I fixed that docs here, but let me see. Okay, so I didn't finish fixing this. Express static needs to use / plus. Let's just hard code it. I don't think there's any real need to comma express static docs. Oh no, this isn't slash. Okay, this one actually I think is. I don't think I want to do a hard code a subsite in here. I think that's what that's about. But what we do want is to serve this docs folder, so I think that's right. Let's give it a whirl. Feel like we're getting closer. Module type is not specified. Control C, node package. Anyway, refresh. No slew 42, no favicon. So we do want index favicon copy. Let's go to. I don't think this one's being used at all. I think we just delete this one, right? Well, it could. But I think we could basically just use 404 for everything. But we could have it work for some of them. But anyway, assets. This would be docs, new folder, assets, new folder, image, and then assets, image. I think we're just going to use this one. Control copy, control paste. Ping, refresh, boom. Oh, it's the wrong size. Well, that's stupid, but okay. I guess we'll have to bring over both of them for now. Making a square logo seems to be a good idea because okay. Bring over that Lu42 CSS, control copy. Here, new file, Lu42 CSS, paste. Whoa. Lu42, control copy. Oh, I didn't want this. Delete. Docs, control paste. There it is. Refresh. No way. Home. Hello world. Framework. Boom. Baby. This is fresh. Let's go. Framework. Got it. Core. Got it. App. Don't got it, but it's okay. What else did we need here? Well, so the page.js, hello world and hello world. This can be, oh, we should have app.root page. We don't have a socket, so how do I get the socket? It should be there. It's localhost. The app is the same friggin' thing. It's importing the socket, or initializing the socket. Maybe the server doesn't have. Should probably just delete this one because I don't think this is being used for anything. It's just a bunch of shit. Just delete. Socket server, however, doesn't seem to be working. Oh, it does say socket connected using framework/app. Though why? What? Framework app? From where? Yeah, but where does it get? Where does the framework app get hooked into? App.js, framework core app. I think that's right. /app. I think that's right. What does this index.html look like? Exactly the same. That's cool. But why doesn't this work properly? The socket's connected. It's not sending. Did we crash? I might need to log re So Miles, what are you doing?
Nothing.
you.